himself a crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hi. Hey.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi.
Great. Very good.
Good.
Very good. The Royals haven't played yet today, so I'm not in a
tizzy.
tizzy.
Are you now going to be a stressed boy for the foreseeable future?
Yeah.
Is that how you're going to roll?
Yeah. I haven't been around for a couple weeks here, but I've been a little wrapped up.
Have you?
For a couple weeks here.
Well, something going on? You doing a lot of podcasts and other jobs?
Well, there's that, but also watching the Royals a lot.
Oh, and that.
And scoreboard watching other teams.
Nice.
I'm yelling at Boston to lose. It's reignited my hate for Boston. It's been nice that way.
Nice.
John is telling me that my team sucks.
I'm not saying they suck. I'm just saying I'd like to see them play people who are good.
He's been calling them the Toils instead of the Royals.
I can't wait for October when Nebraska is 6-0 and John's like, I just want to watch them play somebody.
Yeah, you are going to say that.
Whoa.
You're going to be like Kool-Aid Steve in
if
2016.
They're 6-0,
who have they beat?
If they're 6-0, would they have not played Rutgers?
They would have. I think they would have just played Rutgers.
But they don't have their linebacker.
Yeah,
well,
you can't play football without a linebacker.
One guy.
Yeah, he's really good though.
People forget Nebraska doesn't have their linebacker either.
I never got around.
There's only one linebacker. Nebraska has Javen Wright, and Rutgers has Toure. Yes, not Samare. Toure.
Yes, I think Muhammad.
Yeah, you get one linebacker per team.
There was a topic that I had
for both
that I had last week when John was gone that just never got around to, but it was going to be. I think that we have all gotten too hyped up about Rutgers, and they're actually going to be bad now. People won't shut up about. I was a part of this.
Well, we would
during the College World Series.
This is silliness. Every time,
look at their schedule. Look at it.
It's this gambling brain thing where it's like, oh my God, people are talking about this one team, so I have to go in the other direction. You know what you are?
What?
You are becoming that which you dislike.
Who's that?
You're becoming Nick.
Contrarian.
You're a contrarian boy. You're Rutgers contrarian.
But you know what
boy.
I'm not going to do? Say, I'm not a contrarian, though.
So you admit you're contrarian.
I am about Rutgers.
Okay.
Hell yeah,
You're
I am.
a Rutgers contrarian.
I can't wait till Rutgers
Bring
wins.
it on. Call me a contrarian and see if I contrarian.
Which bar will we have to hit for you to be right?
I don't know. How good is Rutgers going to be this year? You tell me.
Well, I mean, they're about, 6-6, 7-5, according to K4.
6-6 isn't them being sneaky good.
No, I was going to say 8.
Yeah,
I
hell
think
no.
Rutgers is like an 8-win
Get
team.
him out of there. Get him out of there.
Settle down over there.
You can't say Rutgers
Look at
is
their
good
schedule, John.
and
Read
then
it.
they win
Hold on.
6-6.
I'm getting there.
He's going to K4.com.
I'm getting to my buddy K Ford. K Ford for president.
Give me the numbers.
Nick, sorry, that was a mean impression of you.
The Rutgers. The Rutgers. Where the hell are you, the Rutgers?
Yeah,
There's
see,
the
because they
Rutgers.
suck.
Ahead of Nebraska. Yeah, they're projected to be 7-5.
Yeah, but some people are talking about them like they could make the playoff or something.
No, who is saying that?
People are saying.
Who?
Rutgers
Name
and Nebraska
somebody.
occupy this very interesting
Name
space.
somebody.
Nobody has said it. But they're saying
I
they
just
could be
asked
a
you to
dog.
name somebody. You just named-
Stuart Mandel. I think he likes Rutgers. Everybody likes Rutgers.
Stuart Mandel likes a lot of things.
Yeah, he said good things about Nebraska today in his mailbag.
It's almost like it was a smart business decision.
Behind the mailbag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Rutgers, I mean, they've got a 33% chance of, I'm sorry, wait a minute. I'm looking here. Because I got to read what this is exactly saying. 19% chance of, only a 19% chance of 8 wins.
Okay, well.
25% chance of 7 wins.
Are we putting this on the list?
19%. Rutgers will win 8 games.
Whoa! Is that what you're saying?
Yes, let's do it.
Put it on the list.
Get the X.
Happer, this is your first
Josh
appearance.
Is saying Rutgers will win 0 games.
Okay, I didn't say that, but they don't have a linebacker. Happer, this is your first.
Don't have a linebacker.
This is your first appearance since May the 7th. Oh no,
It is
June the
gonna be-
4th.
That was when
It
you
is going to
called
be
me a
so
weenie.
awesome
June
when
4th.
Rutgers lines up with 4 defensive linemen, and then there's nobody within 15 yards, and then
They don't have
7
a linebacker.
defensive backs and a giant umbrella
I'm
shell.
excited about them losing their one linebacker because it's throwing people off the scent. It's making people jump off the ship like Josh.
I was already off the ship. We
And
just
guess
never
what?
got around to the topic.
I'm staying on, and we're going all the way
So
home.
you said Rutgers will win 8 games?
Rutgers, 8 wins.
Boom, on the list. The
Hap-
last time Happer was on the list was June 4th when he said,
Thomas Fidoni will be a something overall.
you said Nebraska will beat UTEP by more points than they'll beat UNI.
Go Panthers.
Oh, you did say that. Yeah, you did.
Yep, that was before the College World
That's
Series.
nice. I like
That's not
that
a bad one.
Happer's playing the
like
cello on the Rutgers Titanic.
Nice.
Cello.
I'm staying on this thing.
Cello.
So yeah, I'm out on Rutgers.
Then Josh is that guy who hits the propeller on
My
his way
football
down.
opinions are very much coming together right now.
Yeah, because
They've been-
everybody else has opinions, and you're fading them.
Yes,
That's what's
exactly.
wrong,
Because you're a
Wrong,
contrarian.
wrong. Well, yes, I am a contrarian, but I am not fading everybody. There's some people that I'm going to fade. I haven't decided what I want to do with the Green Bay Packers.
That'd be
for
awful
example.
impressive if you could fade everybody.
I'll give you a team I'm fading.
They're all going to be 7 and 11 in the
So
NFL.
here's a
7,
fun
10,
spoiler
11.
alert for 15 days from now when John and I do our division by division predictions for the NFL.
And Nick.
Well, will you?
We
or
can
are you
only
just
do the
doing
AFC.
AFC this year?
I think he's just going to pick the UFL.
Hey, that would fit. The 49ers will not make the playoffs this year.
I was
am
wondering if
out
somebody was going to do it.
on the 2024 49ers.
That's a bad vibes team, Josh.
They're going to lose to the Jets
It's a bad vibes
Oh.
team.
in week 1.
Oh.
They will lose to the Jets.
People forget they lost to the Bears
Now, Josh,
in week 1.
Let me
was
try
2
and
years
poke
ago.
some holes in this.
Oh, that was 2 years ago. That's
and
right.
it was during a
during
hurricane.
Yes.
Yeah. And-
Remember, it was like that
and-
windstorm, but
and-
with moisture.
and an incredible day in Husker history. Not as good as today in Husker history, but an incredible day in
Oh,
Husker history.
September 11th. Never forget when it rained in Chicago that one time.
Yes.
I remember watching that game.
Me too, while we were doing a show.
I did too, until I had to turn away from the TV and talk about Scott Frost's dented pickup for 3 hours.
Let me poke holes in this.
Okay.
That division, no bueno. No bueno.
Are we sure it's no bueno?
I know where you're going because you're going to say that the Cardinals are kind of okay.
Whoa.
And the
What about
Rams-
the Seahawks, though? What about the Seahawks? Geno Smith?
What about the
Mike
Seahawks?
McDonald, defensive guy? They could have been a playoff team last year. They just lost stupid games a lot. And the Rams have a great offense.
People forget.
Though they're injured everywhere.
People forget that 3 of the last 4 NFC representatives have come from the mighty, mighty West.
Oh, interesting.
I do like Kyron Williams.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
The Rams like taking baseball bats and just hitting themselves in the knee during
Yeah,
training
ouch,
camp.
ouch,
Don't
ouch.
do
Bonk, bonk,
that.
bonk, bonk, bonk.
We don't do
So yeah, that is a hole that I will not allow to be poked. I like the NFC West. Give me another one.
They're still like more 1 to 53
Yeah, they're
talented than just about everybody else in the
Pretty
NFL.
good. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, sure. Pretty good.
That's
Pretty good.
That's kind of a hole.
Pretty good.
I'd
What
say.
about the whole Ayuk, Debo Samuel, maybe being
They
annoyed?
Debo's already signed. He's good
Nah,
to
he
go.
can
They
still be
definitely
angry.
smell weird. I agree with
They have a stench to him. You know what the stench is? It's their tight end with his hair.
you. Oh, he is a stinky looking guy.
Stinky man.
Mr. Stinky.
And he's
Yeah.
getting older.
And he went to Iowa.
Exactly. So he's a disgusting human being.
Let's be nicer
Yeah.
now.
Also,
Yes.
they had one lineman get hurt last year, and then they went like 0-3
Oh,
in that
you're going to
stretch.
do that. They're due for injuries. Thing.
They're the 49ers. They're always due for injuries. Every year under Kyle Shanahan. And it's just something I respect about them. They're physical as hell.
I think they've stayed awfully healthy the last few years.
You don't buy into that?
No, I do.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah. They were very healthy last year. They will not be very healthy this year.
I think they're going to make the playoffs. I'm not with you on this boat,
Okay.
but I smell some of the things that you smell.
All right. Do you have a contrarian team in the NFL that you are? I heard you
I
talking
was
with
trying to figure
Alan.
this out with AB.
Yeah,
yesterday.
the bad vibes teams that you were.
Well, the Cowboys are definitely a bad vibes.
They're a horrible vibes. The worst vibes. Bad vibes.
You had a
Yeah,
bad
you're
vibes
still
team?
going to pick them to win the division.
It's a bad division.
It's
I don't know.
about time you come around to the
Well, 2 years
truth.
ago, they had 3 teams in the divisional
Yeah,
round.
and how did those teams
Well,
do?
one of them won.
One of them won.
Yeah.
One of them won.
Well, yeah. they
the other
did.
2 went belly up.
Yeah. Well, one of them lost to the one of them, so that made sense.
John, you
Yeah.
got a bad vibes team?
I'll be honest with you. I haven't thought a ton about my NFL picks yet.
But the National Football League.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I've been more focused on my team, and that's about it.
All the baseball bats to the knees.
We're not using baseball bats. The Dodgers have all the baseball.
So do you have your
Oh.
49ers take on the list?
No, I have not put it on the list yet. I was actually saving that, but
Because you're a coward?
No, it's just because I was probably waiting until.
You're
You're
a
gonna sit on
weenie?
it.
Well, you
let
already
it-
just said it. You just said it.
You want me to put it on the list?
Yeah, put
All
it
right.
on the
Well,
list.
yeah, you said it
49ers won't
today.
make the
It
playoffs.
looks better the earlier you say it.
That's true.
All right, cool. August 21st. Awesome. The last
So
list
when
I-
the 49ers and Rutgers are both 7-0 to start the season,
It's gonna be
Josh
a
is gonna
fun time.
That'd be a bad
oh,
time.
that's
but I am very much a believer in you lose the Super Bowl the next year is difficult. I am very much a believer in that.
Did you get the Super
It
Bowl
didn't happen to
schedule?
the Chiefs.
No, but they're the Chiefs. They have just like it didn't have with the Patriots. They're the Patriots. You know, when you have the best quarterback in the league.
They're impervious.
No offense to Brock. I do think that Brock, I think he's going to be a little bit worse this year. Just a little bit.
the Niners aren't like a.
Christian McCaffrey's definitely going to be hurt.
Did they get a lot of? Did they get the Super Bowl schedule? Did they get screwed on that?
John, you remember the rest advantage? Didn't they have a horrible rest advantage according to not friend of the Grum, Warren
They
Sharp?
don't seem like even though they're one of the biggest brands, they don't seem like a all the time primetime team.
Well, they open on a Monday night.
Oh, that's right. The 49ers.
It's like negative 21 or
Yeah,
something,
the
isn't it?
49ers are the worst.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Oh,
They're
interesting.
negative 21.
Mhm.
Seriously. So their rest advantage is doo-doo. They do have lots of night games this year, Happer. Week 1, Monday Night Football. Week 6, Thursday Night Football. Week 8, Sunday Night Football. The back half of the season, Sunday night, and then another Thursday game, and then a Monday night game, all over the course of 5 weeks. 5 weeks. Yeah. Let's see. Who do they have to? They're playing the NFC or the AFC East this year, so they have to go to Buffalo, to Miami. They're also going to Tampa Bay, to Minnesota. Yeah.
Wow,
Bad
topic
vibes.
alert.
What's that? What's that?
Did you see this that Matt DeMarinis just tweeted at us?
Whoa, what's this?
Nick, you're going to want to see this.
I'm on it right now. Oh,
Hello.
There's a
hey.
recruit-
I didn't realize people were still playing that video game. No one tweets about it anymore.
Well, the hype died down, but people are still playing it.
Yeah?
They can't get engage. They can't engage.
Do we know if this is
anymore.
legit or if just did somebody make this person
Uh,
up?
it's
to-
definitely. I mean, it's legit as in it's computer generated.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just that's how this game works. It just puts names together.
Wow. Topic alert. Nick Grimm is in the video game. Let's
Hell
go over
yeah.
Nick Grimm's stats.
Look at my stats.
Wow, look, Ohio State's interested in you.
Hey, Nick, look, you're a linebacker.
Nice.
Oh, go to Rutgers.
And you're black.
Go to-
Congratulations.
Go to Rutgers, Nick. They need linebackers.
They do need linebackers.
Let's see. You're from Missouri.
But then I have to be in the Big Ten.
You're a run stopper. You're 6 foot, 239 pounds.
Georgia wants me. I could probably do well in Georgia. I'm a 4-star.
Are you?
Yeah.
Could you?
Georgia wants you?
Yeah,
Georgia wants
Look at
him.
that.
Third
So
on
does-
their board.
But so does Tulane.
Oh, interesting, Nick.
Mm.
Is there
Illinois.
something we don't know about Nick?
It would be very Nick Grimm of him to go to Illinois
You know what?
out of all those schools.
I'll go to this weird team.
You apologize for it. How come that sounds more like Kermit than your Mahomes
Good
impression?
point. Yeah, good point.
I like contrarian Nick
attributes.
voice.
Nick's attributes are 85 tackle,
Look at my
82
awareness.
pursuit, 88 acceleration.
Wait, what's his awareness?
69 awareness.
That makes
Nice.
sense for real life, actually.
84,
maybe.
84 speed, and contrarian 99.
Nice.
The GOAT. The GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT.
My brother Luke says, roll wave. Nick should go to Tulane.
Should I?
So the question is, DeMarinis going to recruit this guy?
Yeah,
you
who
got to
does-
recruit me.
Oh, that's right. DeMarinis is an Oregon fan. Hence the
Oh, he's
little.
playing with Oregon?
Of course. he
I'll
is.
go to Oregon. Why not?
go-
Oregon's my favorite
When
Big
I
Ten
see
team right
when
now.
I see Matt at sporting events, he has one of 3 hats on: a Bulls hat,
Yeah.
a Yankees hat, or an Oregon hat.
and Oregon.
Those are the hats that,
Oh, I
that
didn't know the Oregon part.
he's an Oregon Ducks
a
fan.
lot of teams that were very popular in the 90s,
except for Oregon.
except for Oregon.
Is
That
this a
was
Dana
early
Altman
2000s.
thing?
Oh, that's a good question. I wonder why he got it. Or DeMarinis. I feel like if you grow up in Omaha or in Nebraska and you're a Creighton fan, I feel like there's some contrarian vibes with you. Maybe Matt is also a contrarian.
If he's anything like me, I definitely went to Shields when I was in high school and bought reversible Oregon shorts.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
That was awesome.
I had some
That
Oregon
was a
shorts.
great time.
I wonder if Creighton.
That was before Dana Altman.
Does Creighton men's soccer have a Saturday night
Oh.
game the same day that? Oh, they do. Saturday. Oh, it's a road game, though. So Matt will get to watch Creighton, Xavier, and Oregon, Ohio State at the same time.
Hello.
That'll be nice. What a great time that'll be. What a great time that'll be.
Very exciting. We'll have to ask Matt.
I'll see him tomorrow. I'll be there at Morrison.
Soccer.
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 It's here. It's here. Odson says, I agree. If we're talking about Nick's athletic prowess, we need to talk about softball.
Oh,
Yeah, I heard.
unfortunately, we do.
Mhm.
You, anyone who works for the zone, it seems like they're bad at hitting. Hitless yet again, and a strikeout.
Well,
Yes.
it seems like anyone who plays for the Jack Mitchell softball experience.
Good point,
they're
John.
bad at hitting.
Excellent point.
I will say, though, and this is our coach, Jack, pointing this out to me. When I got struck out, he claims that I got jobbed because that was an illegal pitch that wasn't called.
Illegal pitch. What do? They throw it overhand?
Okay, so illegal pitches are actually easier to hit.
That's true because the
Yeah.
illegal pitch are the ones that are more straight.
It was too low.
That's
What did
those are easier to hit.
Yeah.
So wait, what did they do?
They didn't arc it enough. It didn't go high enough.
Ooh.
Ooh, Ryan O'Hearn.
Yeah.
Go Royals.
I like it. Right in the face of the umpire. Stick that finger right in his face.
Yeah, like the finger point.
Because that was a bad strike call.
But
See, Ryan O'Hearn doing what my manager will never do, and that is actually argue anything balls and strikes. I think Craig Counsell has no pulse.
I'm a Craig Counsell. I'm a scientist baseball.
I remember when he played
Well,
baseball.
I'd like him to
Early 2000s.
mix up some kind of elixir that actually makes him go after umpires when they job his team on calls.
That's
Drives
a
me
classic.
nuts.
That is a classic old man take, John. Wanting the manager to be mad at things more.
Yes.
That's a good old man take.
Do
Yes.
old men love when managers are mad?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
You got to stick
Interesting.
up for the guys.
You do.
Oh wow, I didn't know about this. Sometimes I learn about baseball.
It's the one sport where you can go right out to the umpires. You can kick dirt on them.
Mm.
You can cover home plate. You can pretend
Ooh.
like the rosin bag is a grenade.
garden
It's
hoser.
wonderful.
Gardenhoser.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Brandon says there is no excuse for striking out in softball ever.
Yeah, that's true. Let's back to the point.
Brandon
Okay.
has tagged Nick in this.
Yeah.
Nick, I'd love to hear your excuses.
Okay. Well, the first one I had pretty good plate awareness. It
What
was
happened?
a full
He was
count.
aware that the plate was there.
It was a full count, and then I hit it on the full count, but then it was a
Dribbler?
ground to shortstop, liner to
Dribbler.
shortstop, and then I got out at first.
Mm.
And the second one, I wasn't looking right. Strike out ball.
Did you miss it?
Yes.
You swung and missed.
Yes.
It wasn't like a take.
Oh, the first strike I swung, and then the one that got me out, I just looked at it because the guy's pitches were all
you
over
struck
the
out
place.
looking. at
Guys,
slow pitch
It was a
softball.
backwards K.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Ooh,
Mm.
that's
boy.
especially not good.
Uh-oh.
Some would call that a special K.
How are you enjoying the how are you enjoying the old softball so far?
I like it a lot.
Yeah?
I wish I could hit it, but
That'd be nice. Are you playing in the field?
he had me on right field on
Oh.
game 1.
Yeah?
But I didn't get out
Oh.
yesterday.
Well, it happens. It's nice to get outside.
They were hitting some dongs
Yes,
last
it's
night,
nice to
though.
get outside. Good
Yeah.
point.
What was
Josh.
I
the
heard. I
was-
heard that you guys left a lot of runners on base.
Again?
Yeah.
Classic.
What was the final disaster?
10-5.
And
Oh,
how many
not as
hits
bad
did
as
you
I would have
have?
expected.
How many hits did I have?
No, the
He had
team.
0. The answer is 0.
The team. How many hits did the team have?
I don't have the final stats.
I mean, they had 5 runs. They probably had like 4.
Well, they had 4 runs the last game and 16 hits.
That's true. Good point.
So with 5, they probably had 20.
All right, let me go to
'Cause
the
it's
Twitter
factor
page.
4.
Jack Mitchell softball.
Yeah, there's got to be something on there.
Isn't it amazing that he has this weird softball team like sponsored in like a variety of ways? It is the weirdest thing.
What's that?
I don't think it's. I don't think that's.
That thing. What was that thing you said?
sponsored?
Yeah, what is that?
So they pay Jack money to be associated with his horrible team.
Interesting.
Yeah, very.
The team that beat us last week, though,
Yeah.
they put up 20 runs last night. So we lost to a good team.
Are you sure?
Well, they put up 20 runs last night. That's pretty
Just
good.
because they put up 20 runs on you doesn't mean they're
Yeah.
good.
And the team we played yesterday won the bracket last season.
Nick, you should. Your
14 hits, John.
your softball team.
Holy cow!
Yeah, it's a lot of runners on. left on base.
Again!
They scored 3 runs in the top of the
Just-
7th.
You're going to lead the league in hitting and still have an 0-19 record.
Nice.
For like a general barometer, Nick, like a slow pitch softball team, you probably need to be sitting at about 15 to 20 runs a game. Like you should be there every game, bar
Uh-oh.
none.
So
Okay.
that they only scored 5 is bad.
Yes, and consistently score less than 5.
Wow.
That's very bad.
Tough look for Jack.
That will not win you any games.
Tough look for Jack.
It is very.
But I'm happy that Nick's having fun.
Yeah, it's a good time. I like it. I
You
like
seem
hitting.
like it. Yeah.
I like hitting balls with bats.
It'll be
Even
cool
when
when you
he's
do that
not
someday.
hitting
Well, no,
balls and
like-
bats.
I'm not getting hits,
Oh, you
but
say
I'm
you like
hitting the
making
ball.
contact.
I'm making yes. I like making contact.
Did you decide which hand you were going to bat with? or
Oh, is that a
field with?
question?
Yeah, I hit right.
Okay, good. Right.
What, you had to decide on that?
Well, I've never done
He
it before,
didn't
so I
know,
didn't know
John.
because I throw left, so I didn't know if I would also hit right. or hit left, but I hit right, throw left.
You'd never had a stick of any kind in your hand.
Remember,
and
he played golf. He
done
swung a
swing?
golf club a couple years ago.
So
Yeah, that's what
I mean. Yeah, when I was a kid, when I had my little wiffle ball that I'd screw around with, I was always hitting right, but I was a kid, so I didn't know what I was doing.
Right, but like if you
That's kind of how you decide how you're hitting the ball, though. Like literally, it's just it's what feels the most comfortable.
Right.
That's what I did.
feels natural.
I assumed I
For
was.
me, it's left.
I assumed I was hitting right, but I wanted to be sure.
Did you ever find a glove?
Hmm?
Did you find a glove?
Yeah, one of the guys lets me borrow. Triple B has a glove that he got for his son that he
Thank
lets
you,
me
Josh.
borrow.
Reggie says nothing like faking out the other team as a switch hitter. Yeah, there you go, Nick. That's something.
Psych
I
out.
can try.
Yeah, they don't know what's going to happen.
switches to the left side and everyone walks like 2 steps to the right.
And forward.
It's not
Well,
getting
they're
out of the
already
infield.
forward. They can only be forward so far.
I can't go any closer.
There are some people that do that, like they hit too many bombs with one, like they can't prevent themselves from hitting home runs, so then they switch over to the other side of the plate, and that's like their singles side.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, slow pitch softball is weird.
Yeah, it
I've
is.
never played, and I never will play.
Yeah,
I have no desire to play.
Yeah.
It does not interest me.
Yeah, I'm retired.
Yeah? When's the last time you played?
Many years.
Just seems like it's always like, oh, Bob didn't show up, and like you got to get
There's a
fill
lot
in
of
for
that.
Bob.
Yeah.
I'm already busy.
And he's busy.
I don't want another thing.
What
to
about
be
filling
busy.
in on occasion? Would you do that?
To go to Lincoln?
No. What about in Omaha?
No.
You wouldn't fill in on my team with me?
No,
One night.
I don't. I haven't played in so long. I would embarrass. I've talked a lot of trash. It's fun to be able to hold that above everybody.
That's true.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't want to struggle.
There's
That's
no
true.
shame.
I
in
haven't
that.
swung a bat in many years. I haven't shot a basketball in. I see you shooting hoops all the time.
Oh, I love shooting hoops.
I haven't shot a hoop in years.
Come on, let's go shoot hoops.
I don't know what it would be like. I'd probably brick it. The first shot would be bad. It'd probably be short.
It would be.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
The first shot would be very, very bad.
Yeah. So I'm okay. I'll just run.
I'm ready to get back in the arenas and start bricking more shots this year. Conk,
Conk.
conk.
That was a
I
good
can't
sound
wait.
effect.
John will be at the arena hosting a show,
Yep.
and then we'll be, Happer's here, and we'll turn it up. And
Conk. Very exciting.
when are you going to be back there, John, next for the GRUM? Is that a exhibition game? That's a weekend game?
It's a
No, that's a Saturday.
Saturday. Is that the Rutgers Saturday?
No, that's the Ohio
That is the
State
Ohio
Saturday.
State.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It won't
So
happen at the
again,
same
you better
time.
be hoping it's a big nooner.
Yeah, Nebraska better be good so they can get big noon.
Yeah, we want big noon.
Do we?
Yes.
Who's doing overreaction that day?
Well, I know who's not now
That's not me.
because I got traded out.
Sounds like a Nick
Well, it's
and
Gary.
Gary.
It's Gary and Nick. Remember?
Oh, is
Because-
it?
It's got to be in the Hanley chunk.
Because
Ah.
because Josh O traded me and Nick.
We never took the
For the
listeners behind the
UCLA
scenes,
game.
but one of the funniest things ever happened last week when Odson sent out the final overreaction schedule. And
He's
then
like, "Don't yell at me,
15
this
minutes
is
later,
it."
just a second, actually. All right. Okay, yes. The Hanley chunk. I forgot that was a part of the trade.
That was the trade.
So John got traded to do UCLA with me, and Nick Hanley got traded to do Ohio State with Gary.
Yes.
Nice.
I just was reminded this morning that I'm doing UTEP.
Yeah, you are doing
I
UTEP. That was supposed to be
didn't-
John.
I don't
That
know
was
what
part of the
happened.
trade?
I don't know. I have no
No,
idea.
There
what
has
happened
been
there.
a trade.
There was something
no
that
idea what
happened
happened there.
it was one of the later September games, and one person had to move off, and it caused this down ballot effect of all these changes.
Everything just
I
cascaded.
think Hanley had something on one of those, and it was like he can't do it, so then he has to move, and then John had to move, and then here we are.
It's me and Nick for
it's Connor
UTEP.
and Nick. Yeah, indeed it is. Then it's us three for the Colorado game. That is gonna
That's gonna be good.
fun as hell.
It's gonna be good. Do we have
But what if they lose?
details for that?
Well, Well, I
that we
called
wanna
and
share?
set up our. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
What? I don't know what
He
you
just says we have details. Everyone knows we're doing pregame. Do we know that the time is for sure this o'clock?
I
don't know.
No idea.
Josh, you're the person who says stuff.
I think it's at 4. I think pregame is at 4. I think we're doing pregame from 4 to 6.
All right.
And then we are doing postgame normal, right after the game.
Yep.
Pregame. Oh, there we go. Otson says I approve to share the details. He's the director of audio.
Thank you,
Pregame
Josh.
4 to 6. We'll be at Blur. So
Under
sadly,
the viaduct.
you can be there if you have passes to Blur.
Or you
But
could be a person who's walking by. Go Big Red!
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't fence off the whole area.
There you go. So we'll be there for
But
pre.
we'll be in their area.
Post game will be in the bottoms. at
In
the
the
old
Bobums.
coffee shop
At the
that I
Baba
can't
Man.
remember the name of.
It used to be called Destination.
We'll be outside. We'll be outside of
Maybe
that
still
coffee
is.
shop.
Called Destination.
Well, it's not anything anymore. I
Oh,
think
it's
it's just a building you can rent out.
Okay, it used to be called Destination.
We will be there. Nick will be there with the zone vehicle or power vehicle. I don't know. Do we have zone vehicles anymore? I forget.
I'm
Take
just
the
gonna
Hummer,
be-
Nick.
I'm just that doesn't exist
Do
anymore.
we have the truck?
Oh, we sold
Taking
no,
the truck?
the truck doesn't exist.
No, we have
do
the
we-
ice cream van.
We have the ice cream van and the other white van.
Which van are you taking?
Probably the other white van. I'm not going to take the ice cream van to Lincoln. Thing rattles.
I didn't know we had an ice cream van.
Yeah, it's like an ice cream.
Yeah,
Okay.
Stibbs' ice cream.
So that's
van.
where we're doing post game from, and it'll be again us three for
Hell
both of them.
yes.
Yeah. The thing that's going to suck is we're going to have to leave the game during the fourth
Josh, you and I are
quarter.
going to carpool.
Yes,
Which-
we're going to Happer and I are carpooling.
Which song should I teach Josh about on the way to
no,
Lincoln?
we'll be listening or watching games.
Vienna from Billy Joel.
Yeah, if you're driving, you're not
well,
going to be
the-
watching games.
He can drive and I'll watch.
I just want to teach Josh songs.
You can play songs. We can turn down the volume. Then I don't have to listen to Gus Johnson on Big Noon. Because what time are we leaving?
You're going to sit there and watch it on your phone and be.
He doesn't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
he
I
just
want
wants
to talk to you.
He just wants to be a nerd and go.
We can talk.
I'm sorry. I can talk now for 3 minutes. There's a commercial. Oh, wait a minute. It's Fansville.
I can
Hold on.
multitask.
Let me
I can watch and
Fansville.
talk.
What's
at
the new
same
Larry
time.
Culpepper doing this year?
Okay, that is something you will not hear me saying one single time. What time are we carpooling down? So we're on at 4.
I don't
We
care.
probably want to be there at like 2:30, right?
Yeah, probably drink a few beers. you
Hell
know,
yeah!
get
Thanks,
after it.
Blur.
Wait, drinking beers in the car?
No,
No,
at
Must be during
Blur.
this trip?
When we
At
get to
Blur,
Lincoln-
John.
Blur.
At Blur.
Do you know if beers are provided? Or do you have to
Well,
buy them?
I would hope that we would get a little wristband.
Well, that just means you're old enough. Does that mean you actually get the beer?
Blur is so nice. They'll
So-
probably hook us up with that.
I'd
and
be happy to
food.
tip the bartender.
What were you going to say, Nick?
I didn't realize that this coffee shop was no longer of existing. So I'm just going to, after the pregame, I'm just going to go to this random empty building, set
Not an
things
e-
up,
well-
and not watch the game.
Well, yeah. First of all, yes. I mean,
Okay.
you're the producer, so you have a job to do.
No, I mean, because it's not going to take me the length of the entire game to set
It'll
up.
probably take you about 45 minutes to an hour, though,
To set up?
to tear down and to drive all the way over with traffic and then to set up.
Oh, there won't be any traffic. Well, everyone will be in a stadium.
There'll still be people there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but
I'm right, aren't I?
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
going to take Nick an hour
every traffic. Yeah.
from the,
the
show
game,
ending.
the game will have already started.
when the game ends,
By the time he gets torn down and packed up,
the game
the
will
game will have started.
So-
And so the
okay, well,
traffic will be.
John, that means that it's taking Nick 40 minutes to tear down.
It will be moderate, not so heavy.
Yeah,
It-
Nick
there
will be there.
traffic.
I would say that Nick will be all set up by 7:15. It would be my prediction. 7
then
to
what,
7:15.
Then what does Nick do?
Well, there's tailgate. We're in a huge lot. There's like a lot of vehicles. You can go watch the game.
Okay.
There'll be people over there.
Just-
Yeah.
Nick, you like Iowa?
All right, so where's
I
this building?
want to
at?
watch the Colorado
You'll
game.
be able
Nick-
to, Nick. Nick, you'll be able to watch
Yeah,
the
you'll
game.
be able to watch.
You'll just have to ask somebody, can I hang out at your tailgate?
See, I don't know tailgate culture. I've never been of tailgate. I don't know what to
Hey,
do.
You just go up.
So
to
wait,
the
what
show
did you think
coolest
you were
thing.
going to do?
I thought the coffee shop was like an actual thing, functioning thing. So
Oh.
I figured they would have the game on, and then we were going to be inside.
It's
Is
just
it the
walls.
We're
building that's
outside.
right there next to the train tracks?
Yes, that's the building.
That's the building.
And so this whole lot, Nick, the world will be your oyster. There'll be many people over there with many televisions, and they'll probably give you food.
I like food.
And
Do
they
you,
might
do you
give
know
beer.
that building
I like
is
beer.
literally? See if I can find
a
the
short
old
walk,
house.
man.
I feel no. I was looking to see where the old house is.
It's right off the.
Dave says, will there be a parking spot available for young Nick, or is he lugging equipment over from the res? He is nice.
Res.
There will be parking. Nick
Mhm.
has our only spot over there, actually.
I do.
We're just going to leave it in the media lot.
That's fine.
So, yeah. So after the show, we'll have a walk to go.
It's on Charleston, right?
No, New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, the first one.
Yeah.
Off the.
Do I
off
have
the
that
bridge?
spot the whole time?
there's
so
no-
when I show up, I load or I unload
14th Street
everything, then I
doesn't
can go to that
through
spot right
anymore,
away.
but Yeah.
It is kind of out of the way though. It's
What's
not
out of the
within.
way?
Is this place within walking distance of where we're going to be doing the pregame?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, you
that's-
can.
Well,
though.
definitely, yeah.
Oh, wait. So
Yeah.
wait. Oh, you're going to set up before. Well, I'm confused. Why would you need to
Yeah,
walk?
let's figure
though?
this out.
Yeah.
Let's
Wait.
figure
Where
this out.
are you walking
Okay.
from?
So
This is a great crossover.
It
I'm
is.
having fun.
No, this is logistical. This
Yeah.
is good.
I get there.
Yeah. To where? Get where?
Blur
Yeah.
For
Yep.
for pregame.
for
Yep.
pregame.
Yes.
I set everything up for pregame,
Yep.
and then I have to get rid of that because I can't park in there.
Oh, at Blur, I don't know. We'll probably have a spot over there. I don't know how that.
I know there is a spot.
Oh, so what you're asking is, could you park and then you would go to our future spot and leave the vehicle
and then
there?
walk with the junk over.
You wouldn't want to do that.
Well, it just
Well, I
have
would
to-
no, because I would have unloaded everything. So when I walk back, I just walk back after I park.
You could do that,
but
you could do that. If,
Yeah,
if-
you
so
could.
he's saying he's saying
Yeah.
go to the Blur, dump out the stuff, go
Yeah.
park the car, walk back to the spot.
Yes.
But
at
then-
Blur.
Okay, but then
That's fine.
about a
That's pretty good.
15-minute walk.
okay, but my question is then as follows. So that's for the pregame.
Then what does it do with the junk after the pregame?
That's my question.
That's-
You would not want to lug it.
No, I'm not gonna lug it. Then
So then you would go back
to
and
the
get the
spot,
car
get
and
the
go-
car. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to do that either way. I'm gonna have to go back and get the car.
This could be good.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if
You can make a video of it.
Nick, if you're worried about missing the game, though, this would cause you to miss way more of the game.
Yeah.
Well, where are you planning on watching the game from?
I don't
He
know.
thought he was
No
going to watch it
plan.
at the cop.
If
I don't
you
know
want-
anymore.
if you
Nick, you
want-
have spots we have spots to park at the Blur.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
There you
Problem
go.
solved.
Yeah,
There you
that'll
go.
save you so much time.
Yeah.
You don't want
If you want, maybe I can find out who's renting my old house on New Hampshire, and you can
Oh,
see that would have
I
been
think Gary's got some property down there
the
too.
old house that we used
If
to
we
live
would've
in.
had
It's
a little
literally
bit
right down the street.
more planning time. It would have been fun actually to do the show from a college kid's
From a
house.
house.
That would have been like legitimately
That would have
fun.
been sweet.
Yeah. So this is actually better if we park at the Blur
Mhm.
because you don't want to be walking back and forth. a
Yeah,
bunch.
you don't want
That'll
to
take
do
a lot
that.
of time and you'll miss a ton of the game.
Yes.
So if you don't want to,
Perfect. Problem
is-
solved.
there we go.
Look at us.
We did it.
Logistics.
Yeah. Here we go. A couple more logistics
Here we
things.
go.
We're gonna make sure that we're gonna need like our own table there, right? We're gonna have our own table
Yes.
and our own chairs.
Yes.
And probably
We
a
should
tent.
find chairs.
We'll have a tent, right? A big tent in case it rains.
Josh, can you source
We're
some
underneath
chairs?
the bridge.
please?
No, for the post game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, post game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tent.
Awesome.
Tent. Bring tent.
Are we bringing the 360 cam?
Probably good.
Bummer.
Good idea.
Why is that a bummer?
It's just
Yeah, I
What do you
don't really
mean?
like the way it looks.
Well,
As
you won't
the
be able to
director
see
of
it, it'll be-
video.
yeah. I'm with the director of
What's
It'd
video.
wrong
also
with
be
it?
dark.
I mean,
Little
it
bit
doesn't look great, but it's also kind of our only option for
Yeah.
the net
I
for
guess
the
we
moment.
do have all laptops.
We could do the thing. So I've started when I do my video now. I use my phone. I use my camera.
Just prop it up.
Exactly. But I have a little thing that hooks to my computer.
God, they better win that game.
Dude,
oh my
If they lose,
God.
that is
if
gonna be
they
the worst
lose.
post game show of all time.
Yes.
Please.
John, they better win.
I don't cheer in the press box, but I might be cheering that night. Come on! I want a good
No
overreaction.
table pounding.
No table pounding, just breathless cheering. Just kidding. If Keith is listening, I won't make a noise. Just talk to John a couple times.
It's not listening.
No, I'm not. I already asked that you not be assigned to seat.
Are they going to
Odson-
sit us next to each other?
I have no idea. what they'll
Odson
do.
says, strike that. You do not have parking at Blur. You'll need to pull in, unload, and park as close as possible.
Oh,
crap.
no!
Nick,
Back to the original
Well,
plan.
I-
No,
Original plan.
Because I was in these emails.
Where is that in comparison? There's a,
Where are the emails?
there's a, what's the address to the Blur again?
Underneath the bridge.
It's under. It pays to be underneath the bridge. The bridge,
Allegedly,
the bridge.
we as the company are planning to buy a spot in a local garage. I just don't know what that garage is or how far away. it
Under
is.
the bridge downtown. You better get on that right now, by the way.
I
'cause those
mean,
are going to be
I'm
gone.
not the one who's supposed to be in
maybe,
charge.
maybe
of
you
this.
can. Maybe you can. Talk to my son who works at the post office. Maybe he'll let you park there.
Nick,
You can get a tailgate spot underneath
is
the
literally
viaduct
right
for
across
like
the street.
$500 or something like
Yeah.
I'm going to, let's see.
Do our post-game show from there.
Maybe just see if you can pull into the stadium and park on the sideline.
See,
Yeah,
'cause
there you
Nick,
go.
I have a friend who would be able
Ice cream
to
trucks here.
maybe get us a pass to somewhere that is a mile and a half away.
I definitely can't walk that.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's
Yeah.
almost as the same distance as the thing that we're going to be at. All right, well, we'll figure it out. We should definitely get that figured out, though.
Mm-hmm.
We should.
Yeah, that's an important component. I'm happy we discussed this on the crossover.
Yeah, this is good. This is important.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Anyway.
I'm happy we've discussed this. I don't know if the listeners are happy we've
It's
discussed
the
they
it.
love behind the
logistics
scenes stuff,
crossover.
right?
Yeah, that's what
I
this
think
is.
behind
Do
the
they?
scenes stuff is tight.
They can put this in 1620, the email. Put
Yeah.
our plans
Look,
out.
Al in Minneapolis just got our Colorado tickets last week. So pumped. Are the restore the order shirts on?
yeah.
Yeah, whatever happened to restore the order?
That's
Well, we
another
got to
great
make
idea.
shirts first. We don't have the store. We don't have 1620 the store yet.
Another great idea that just turned into fairy dust.
Yeah.
Fairy dust.
Into the ether it goes. Reggie says, "Love the talk, guys." There
yeah,
you go.
but Josh just said crappy booyer.
Oh, screw you, Josh.
What?
What does he know?
He
Oh,
knows.
is
He
the
knows
director.
if we have the
He-
parking or not.
Only after we learned that Nick didn't have a parking spot.
Yeah, that was a bummer. That was a bummer for this crossover.
It was a bummer.
That was a crappy boo.
I kind of need that.
Yeah, that's very important. for
And
me.
I'm very
What if,
sad.
now, what if you after you set up everything? What if you just instead of parking, what if you just drove around downtown Lincoln all
You
night?
could do
Listen to
that.
the
You could
game
be a
on the
walking
radio.
billboard.
Yeah.
For the zone.
They do
You
that.
could sell the side of the van to random sponsors and maybe make a little
They
extra
do that
coin
on
the
game
side.
days. They have the sponsor trucks and
Yeah.
just drive around and honk it.
I saw a
Then
friend
I
of mine.
definitely can't watch the game.
I saw a friend of mine from college who was driving around the College World Series with an ad on that. He was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I'm getting paid a
Most
bunch of
for
money to do
strip
this."
clubs.
But you can listen to Greg and Damon.
I don't like listening to football on the radio.
Whoa.
What I heard was I
thought
don't
you
like
were gonna
listening
say
to Damon Benning.
and
Good
Yeah.
Sharp.
grief, are you kidding me?
He's a friend of the GRUM.
What's wrong with
It's-
listening to the game on the radio?
I
It's how we used to grow up.
no, I get that. I like listening to baseball on the radio, but that's the only sport I think I like to listen to on the radio.
Have you given it a try? Have you tried?
I mean,
to
I
listen to
have
football on the radio?
listened to
That
football on the
Dolphins
radio
play-by-play guy
before.
must
Well,
suck.
your first problem was you were probably listening to a Vikings game, and Paul Allen never tells you what yard line you're on.
No, so I thought about this because I have wondered why I like listening to baseball on the radio so much, and I think it's because it's easier to follow. But with football, there's so many things happening at one time that you visually it's better to
I
see.
think you should give Greg Sharp a chance.
But baseball, it's all pretty like
I
one-on-one.
think he
This
does a
is
fine
happening, then this. It's pretty sequential.
Well, so is it with football. Dylan Raiola back to throw, looks downfield, finds Banks, long pass.
Mr.
He's at
Banks.
the 10, the 5, touchdown!
What about that other guy who used to call?
Nebraska!
What about the other guy who used to do games? What if he was calling?
Which one?
The guy who would be like, touchdown! John, do you think we could bring that back this year? I think we should. Mr. Banks. I think we should bring that back this year. What a fun segment. Dave says, tune into 1620. You can't get our signal in downtown Lincoln, but the static is very soothing.
It is. Also, we have apps and things of that nature.
We do.
We have apps.
And
Many
post game that
apps.
night, you know what else it'll be on? What do we
The
know?
Keg.
The Zone Keg. That'll be sweet.
Josh, I got really sad. I thought it was Krabby Boo year when you wanted to watch college football and be incommunicado with me
Yeah.
on the drive down
I
to
was like,
Lincoln.
whoa, Happer, you
Yeah,
should
poor
see this
Connor
game.
I guess I'll
driving
just
down
drive.
the interstate with a tear in his eye, just bored out of his mind while Josh is.
So we're listening.
I'm going to charge you $20 for that.
I don't know, Joel Klatt. I didn't disagree with that call.
So we're
like
gonna
you did.
listen to music on a game day
Yes.
instead of like games over and over and over.
The whole time.
Wow. Carpooling with Happer. Nick,
Can you feel it?
Nick, we'll do a little.
Can you feel it?
Should we do a little video content?
Yeah,
that?
no, do that. Carpooling with Happer.
Should we do that? All right.
No, like legitimately, I want this
You want
now.
to me like record it or go live on StreamYard? I can do either. Record it. And you can
This will be
make
good.
a.
That way
yeah.
I can show people how good of a driver I am.
You know,
Nick,
please.
you can make a whole little like zone documentary. Or
I could.
something. All right,
You
perfect.
do this and record it for me,
All right,
please.
all right, we'll
Then
do that.
upload it to a Dropbox, and then I'll
All
take
right.
it from
I'll
there.
just be like, I wanted to watch the game on my phone, but I'm recording us.
Yeah, you got a bad deal on that one.
That'll be fun. I'm not gonna record the whole time, but I'll record some stuff. Get some Happer takes.
Perfect.
Yeah, that'll be good. All right.
Okay,
All right, that's it.
bye.
Hell yeah. Bye,
That's
Happer.
Connor, and that was your
Wow.
Logistics
1620 The
crossover.
Zone staff meeting.
Uh-huh. Hey.
Thanks, Gary and Nick, for being here, and you too, Odson. Though you were here.
It's like the last meeting. They weren't there the last meeting
Yeah.
either. Sad.
I mean, Gary could have had a good idea or
Wish
two.
Jimmy could have been here to give some of his opinions too.
Yes, can't shut him up in those meetings half the time. We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Push your glasses up further.
It's because you're on a work computer. I can't update things on my work computer.
I didn't have to update anything. It just kept asking me, show me the pictures where the fire truck is. And it just kept going and going and going. It's a silly website.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the GRUM.
Yo.
Thursday is
Yo.
tomorrow, but Wednesday is today.
John
Good
Bishop,
save.
a very normal way of saying that.
Great save.
I like to remind folks,
It's like that song Friday. Remember that? It's
August
Friday,
is this month.
Gotta get down on
September
Friday.
is next month.
Oh, careful. Josh, put it down.
Yeah. Don't soil yourself.
It's so
Go
close.
take a cold shower.
It's so close. I'm in such a great mood. I'm here hanging out with my boys, John and Nick, talking ball, which is ever so close. We just had a meeting on the air.
It's 3-3, Orioles and Mets.
We had a
in the ninth.
meeting on the air. We planned things.
Uh-oh.
That's out.
That's a walk-off home run.
Is this good?
The Mets win.
Is this good?
Not really.
I thought you
'cause-
needed the Mets
wow,
to
he
lose.
basically just tried to strip naked
Oh,
to celebrate the home run. And a dude with a very tall can of alcoholic beverage caught the ball.
Nick, that'll be you in a couple of weeks. A blur.
What, he's going to be Jesse Winker? I don't know.
I'm gonna have.
Anyway,
I'm gonna
Mets
catch a
win. Mets
ball?
win.
I'm gonna have no. I have a cold one in your hand.
Oh, I like having a cold one. in my
cold
hand.
one in your hand.
But we are here, and we're glad that you could be here with us
Yes, we are glad.
on this momentous day
August 21st.
in Nebraska football history.
Oh yeah, news.
The news from Lincoln, Nebraska, apparently official. Dylan Raiola will start at quarterback for the Huskers versus UTEP. This was announced at 10:30 Central Daylight Time, approximately 4 hours ago.
I have gotten to break the news about many things to John. They hired Mike Riley. They fired Scott Frost. But nothing will ever feel as good as telling him that Dylan Raiola was named starting quarterback.
I have no idea if what you're talking about. I know that Dylan Raiola has been announced as the starting quarterback.
Rye. I'm a rye guy. John. I'm a rye guy.
I also like rye. Put some turkey on it, maybe some Swiss, some
there
mustard.
we go. The bread boy.
I
Tomato.
prefer ham and cheese on it.
I like
Not
turkey. I think
Not as
turkey and
much
rye
turkey.
pair better.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I've tried that.
I like
debates.
wheat. I like wheat
I
with
like
ham.
wheat with. See, I like wheat with turkey.
Interesting.
This is
Big news.
again. I
Big
mean,
news.
next to
Jinx.
Damn it.
November the 25th, 1971, and January 1st, 1995.
Don't forget about
This
November
day,
22nd, 1963.
this day, August 21st,
December 7th,
2024.
1941.
Yep.
You'll remember, friends, where you were. You'll remember where you were when you
Heard the news.
heard the news,
January
or in this
6th.
case, probably read the news. You may have been on the toilet and scrolling Twitter X, and it was Sean Callahan,
Quote tweeting it.
or maybe it was Brian Christopherson,
Retweeting it.
maybe it was Evan Bland.
Maybe it was me.
Someday,
me.
someday there are going to be now young people, but future adults,
Future olds.
men, women, and people of all shapes, colors, and genders who will walk up to Amy Just with a tear in their eye saying,
Miss.
"You are my Walter Cronkite. You were my Cronkite."
Yeah.
You told me that Dylan was starting.
Nice. That's cool. That's
So,
cool.
yes, it's going to be a glorious day that we finally know the answer to a question that we've now known for, approximately 9 months.
No, we didn't know until today. We learned the news today. Travis says I was listening to the Connor Happer
Well,
show.
congratulations.
That's tight.
I look forward to the websites down the road that have all of the different radio stations and television reports of this announcement.
Yeah, like at the J School, typical libs. When I was in college, they had all of the newspapers from when Barack Obama won to become president in 2008. They had newspapers from all over the world, right? That's what we'll need. We'll need all these tweets. Your tweet where you said 2 + 2 = 4, which is how I broke the news to you. Amy Just tweet. I don't know what she said.
I don't either.
Tom Chattel. I read
It was
her
probably
column.
just a retweet of the original tweet.
I read her column. I read Chattel's column.
So there you have it, my friends.
Wow.
We have a quarterback. The obvious is news. Leading off the GRUM down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Mike Schaefer to join us in just a few minutes.
Nice.
I mean, you talk about a guy who should be euphoric after last night's thrilling Cleveland Guardians
What
victory
happened? What
at
happened?
Yankee Stadium.
Oh.
They beat the Yankees
Oh,
in
cool,
12
cool.
innings.
They should have done it more in the 90s. Maybe they'd have a World Series.
And now he gets to, now young Hudson gets to live in a world where he knows the starting quarterback.
That is true. It's the first big Husker thing that's happened in his life, in his young life.
Didn't get to this yesterday, but we do have some sour yogurt.
Oh, you don't want that.
I wish you would have told me this. I would have slowed that down. That's sour yogurt.
That is sour yogurt. Let's see. Mitch Holtis, Chiefs training camp update. The NIT of college football? It's the run and wrestling or NASCAR connection.
What? I thought this was canceled.
Or disc golf.
We canceled it last week. I thought we were canceling this
We
segment.
didn't cancel it. It just didn't happen.
Oh, okay. Well, it's football season now. I thought we canceled it. I deleted off my Wednesday prep sheet. I got
Why?
Because we have a different
Other
segment
things are
that's
happening.
back. We have a different segment that's back.
Fired up for football.
That's the one.
Dumb debates.
Nice.
The Legend of Bum Farto.
Oh, I'm intrigued by this.
Want to buy some death sticks?
I was today years old when I learned about the Legend of Bum Farto.
I don't know who this is.
Well, you're going to find out today, and you can help out with dumb debates. Send us your dumb debates. Use the hashtag dumb debates.
Yep.
Into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Nice.
You can email us your dumb debates to the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Lovely.
Also, we wish happy birthday to an American icon.
On August the 21st?
Yes, they share their birthday with one of the greatest moments in the history of the University of Nebraska Department of Intercollegiate Athletics. The day that Dylan Raiola was announced as the starting quarterback.
Oh, interesting.
402-951-1620. You can also hit us up into the hotline, which is brought to you by 42 Degrees.
The source.
And so our lives are complete.
They are, John.
All we need to do now is actually play a game or 12.
That would be nice.
Preferably at least 13.
Hmm.
Preferably. So there you go. Mike Schaefer is going to join us here in just a few minutes.
Let's do it.
Also, I was right.
Oh,
yeah.
I love telling people I was right. I can't wait to hear what you're right about.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like 2 + 2. It's 4. I mean,
No, it's not. You're normally wrong about things.
No.
You're always
Never.
like, I'm an idiot. I love bad takes. John and bad takes go together like the meat and the bread that you appreciate the most. Ham and rye. Or whatever.
Says the guy who's wearing yet again. How many of those god-awful pieces of toilet paper do you own? Seems
Many.
like every day you're wearing a Cowboys shirt.
I know. By the way, they just had an injury. Tyler Guyton, their presumed starting left tackle, is headed to the locker room. So if I'm in a horrid mood the rest of the day, you know why.
You should be happy for him. He's not going to have to experience the ultimate failure of the Dallas Cowboys.
He'll still be on the team. They're not cutting him.
But he'll be the happy one in the back corner saying, "Wasn't my fault."
Well, he will be able to say, wasn't my fault. I forgot about that.
Mike Schaefer will be joining us momentarily. I can't wait to hear his takes.
Oh, yeah. Where were you when the news broke?
Where were you when you broke the news?
Nice.
Shave next on 1620 The Zone.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Well, that's changing.
Oh,
That's changing.
what happened?
Because
He's rooting for the Lions now?
the last 14 hours of Mike Schaefer and Hudson Schaefer's lives have been nothing but joy and euphoria.
What?
Last night, the Guardians overcame a 2 for 72 runners in scoring position to win, going away from the Yankees last night in 12 innings.
Cool.
And then
And then?
at 10:30 this morning,
Yeah.
the first ever quarterback of young Hudson's life was officially announced. Mike Schaefer, I mean, I can see the muscles in your face trying to withhold the smile that is threatening to curl upon your lips.
Actually, you know what makes me smile? And what I think of when I hear that opening is how the Lions were tantalizingly close to going to their first ever Super Bowl. And yet now they start the year 0-0. Nothing they did last year matters. It's all irrelevant. They start over from scratch. America's doormat once again.
Wow.
The
Let's
Detroit
go.
Lions.
Shafe,
I
we were
wasn't here last week. I know there's at least Chance wanted to grave dance on which is really unfortunate and you shouldn't do when it comes to a football program that literally had someone die this offseason. You shouldn't grave dance. But that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because Jordan Addison got hurt and J.J. McCarthy, who I don't even like, got hurt and everything else.
Yeah.
And so I felt like I just needed to let the Lions people know. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still
Nice.
here.
Hey, Shafe, we spent some time in the crossover discussing the NFL takes that we have developed for the beginning of the season. Have you settled on some takes as the year is now 15 days away?
I don't know that I'm not awash with takes at this point in time. I'm still kind of feeling my way back into things. So yeah, I don't have a lot of great takes. I think the NFC North is going to be a car crash of like 8 to 11 wins is sort of where that division, because I think they're all relatively similar.
They're good. I think it's a division of very good teams.
Yeah, I think Detroit's probably the best team in that division, but I think it's gonna be hard to. I don't look for like a 13-4 type season, or 12-5 maybe is at the high end of that, but I sort of expect the ball to beat each other for the most part. I wouldn't look for anyone to just run away with that division. That's my take that I can offer for you.
All right, hey, it works for me.
I mean,
Follow up take your Cowboys. It's not going to be pretty.
No, it's going to be bad, but they're probably going to win the division.
I feel like we've spent the whole day or this whole segment, talking about things that don't matter.
Oh, sorry,
Dylan Raiola is the starting quarterback.
Yes.
And so now that the obvious has been stated, what's our next major milestone?
Well, I mean, obviously he has to get that first snap, right? Like a lot can happen between now and that game against UTEP. So we got to get there.
Ominous words.
Ominous words indeed.
You got to get there. So that's the next milestone. Okay. And then, from there, you want to get to the Colorado game. From the Colorado game, you want to get to Big Ten play, so on and so forth. But yeah, Brian Christopherson wrote a really good column that you can find at Husker 24/7 where he kind of just tackles like people should celebrate this day. Like this, even though we all sort of thought that this was coming, it's a rare happening in Nebraska football. It's a rare happening in college football anywhere. And if you go back and even if you look a year ago, a lot of the top quarterbacks in 2023 weren't starting for their respective programs that had been the highly regarded recruits at the same position. And so I think for Dylan to put himself in position to have won this starting job, to be on the precipice of the forthcoming season, it's a really big moment for Nebraska football. I mean, you now have what feels like a more complete picture as to what the Matt Rule era is supposed to look like. He was able to come in and win that job. And you've got a reason to be even more excited about Nebraska football. The pieces are sort of there. I talked with Andrew Ivins, our director of scouting over at 24/7 Sports, for a piece that you can find at Husker 24/7 as well about what to expect from Dylan Raiola on the field and off the field. And, by and large, I mean, this is a guy that has plus arm talent. And that's not something that we say a lot about with Nebraska quarterback play, certainly in recent history and really kind of throughout the years. And so if he can help Nebraska take advantage of what feels like a wealth of wide receiving options, it could really open things up for what they want to do in 2024.
Shape,
the day of celebration.
Has the room progressed like they were hoping it would, do you think, beyond just Dylan? Like, or where they are on August 21st, where they would have hoped to have been, back on signing day when him and Kalen and Harburg, everybody, when they knew that was going to be their quarterback room?
I mean, if you're taking them at their word, they're unbelievably positive about what they've seen from Daniel Kalen. I think we saw it. Those of us that watched the spring game, which I don't think includes you, Josh.
I went back and watched it.
Okay, so you just kind of had it on the television while you read or listened to podcasts at 47 speed.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I think I watched it on the flight or at the airport before we came back home.
Oh, an airport watch.
Yeah, I watched it on YouTube.
You didn't want to watch Law and Order instead?
No, I heard Klosterman and Bill talking about that. I've never watched a full episode of the regular Law and Order.
Nothing about it seems appealing, but nobody wants to hear us talk about that.
No,
so, if you watched in the spring game, Heinrich Harburg, he looked more confident or more willing to sort of let it rip with his passing. Some people felt like his technique looked a little bit better. I would have to think, given the amount of time they were able to spend around Glenn Thomas, another year in that offensive system, the competition that they had, I would think that they are more positive today about what they have at the quarterback room than they were on signing day in February or December, whichever one you want to use, about what it was going to look like. I truly think the people over there are less concerned about their quarterback room than the fan base is at large.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line without Prohaska or the linebackers without Wright, which are you more concerned about?
That's tough. That's really tough. I can make a case for either.
Sure.
I think my concern is probably more on the offensive line because I just have a tough time mentally with Turner Corcoran playing left tackle again. It feels like he's out of position. We've seen this movie. He really struggled, at various points in his career trying to play the left tackle position. He's an incredibly talented kid, and I wish that he would have been able to play guard. I think Nebraska's issues at recruiting offensive linemen really did him a disservice throughout his career, as he's a guy that I think could have been a much better player as an interior offensive lineman. However, I mean, he was also taking the snaps with the ones before Teddy got hurt. So I think you at least have to acknowledge that they like something about Turner Corcoran in that spot. And they were potentially setting up either a rotation there or, it could have been his job. We don't know how things would have played out because the injury dictated what happens now. So I would probably lean. I have a bigger concern with the offensive line, but man, I was really excited about Javen Wright. Now, I think at least there's a chance that Wright could potentially play this year, whereas Teddy Prohaska cannot. So I think that ultimately goes into the answer as to why it'd be Prohaska in the offensive line.
Hey, Shafe, there's a listener named Josh who reached out to us recently, and I've been saving this question for when you would return because he knows that you're bullish on the team and that you have said that they could be in that 8 to 9 win range, but you are also very pessimistic about the running back room. I think that both of those statements are factual, and he's basically asking, how can those two things be possible? I told him that I would ask you the question. What is your answer?
So he wants to know how I can be bullish on them winning a bunch of games, but also not excited about their running back room.
He basically doesn't think that they can win 9 games unless the running back room is, at a specific level. Like, unless the running game actually is something the defenses have to respect.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, Nebraska has to make them respect the running back, or excuse me, the running game, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be good. It doesn't mean that they're going to derive a ton of their success based off of it. Now, if they come out and they're able to just run the ball however they want, and then they can work that into play action, and suddenly you got Malachi Coleman or Jalen Lloyd or Isaiah Nair wide open down the field, then yeah, I mean, that could certainly work in that direction. I just think that they can win football games even if their running back room is average or below average. I mean, it was below average last year and they won 5 games. Actually, it was bad last year and they won 5 games. Now, they did that because they had a quarterback running game that you were able to work around. But I just don't think there's anything that prevents them from winning 8 games, even if they don't necessarily have a running back that can run for more than 800 yards, or that they struggle to average 4.5 yards a carry or whatever it is. I think you can work around that. And I think that they have the ability to do that in large part because I don't think they don't have to win with just exclusively their offense. So if their running game struggles and you're able to hit some key passes in critical moments and you only put up 24 points and the defense only gives up 23 or less, you win those games. So I just don't see where the recipe dictates that the running game has to be good for Nebraska to be successful.
Schaefer, I want to ask a recruiting question. You know, David Sanders, obviously, I don't think a whole lot of people are ultimately surprised that he chooses Tennessee. Let me ask a question, though, unrelated to him. Moving forward,
You just wanted to say his name?
I just want to say his name. Just kind of set up I guess I don't know why I did. I didn't really have to.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. What's the biggest in-season recruiting story? What now that he is off the board, what are you paying attention to as the season arrives? Because official visits in season are definitely lesser than they were when you started covering recruiting, given now that you can do them out of season. So what's the storyline or storylines that are ones to watch as September arrives?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I am most intrigued by is the level of recruiting that they could have going on in that Colorado weekend. And what I mean by that is they could have lots and lots of players from the 26 and 27 and 28 classes. You're going to have a ton of guys locally, but you're also going to have a lot of the top players in the region coming out there. Could they get someone like Jackson Cantwell, who top 5 player in the 2026 class, one of the best offensive linemen in the country? He got Nebraska connections throughout. Do you have him on campus on a day where you're able to beat Colorado? What does that atmosphere look like? Are you able to kind of kick that forward? Because we've seen in the past, when Nebraska's had these sort of marquee moments and opportunities and they actually win the game, the 2011 Ohio State game, it wasn't necessarily the guys that were officially visiting that day that ended up being big stories, but you had the Davis twins, you had a bunch of guys that happened to be on campus or be at that game. And they took that away. They took away what that environment was like. 2014 Miami, similar thing. 2016 Oregon. So that's sort of a big recruiting storyline in itself. If you want individually, a specific player, Michael Terry III is someone to watch. Nebraska's really kind of put themselves back in that recruitment. It still feels like Texas and Oregon are ahead, but Nebraska has made it a thing. And he's another guy who might be there for that Colorado game. And so right now, I think he's expecting to be there for that Colorado game. I cannot state how important it is for Nebraska to win that game. One, for the collective psyche of the fan base, but two, the way it sets everything up and the national conversation that you get if you just go and take care of business against a team that, frankly, on paper, Nebraska is better than, is so big for a program that needs to take these baby steps, but could really propel itself nicely with a win on September 9th.
This was a team, Schaefer, that finished 6th in the country in run defense and 9th in the country in pass defense. And I'm talking about yards per attempt. Wow. So is it asking a lot to expect this defense to be better than last year?
I think they can be better in different ways without necessarily being better in yardage allowed. I think they can be worse statistically, but feel like a better defense overall because of different havoc stats. They can, if you create more takeaways, if you score touchdowns, if they go out and they're sort of a version of Iowa where their defense not only takes the ball away, but they put points on the board, lessening the burden of your offense. Like, there's just different things that they can do that they can be more successful. And here's one thing that has nothing to do with takeaways, though I guess maybe it sort of does. They can finish games. They didn't finish games in 2023. I mean, we can talk until we're blue in the face about how great statistically everything looked, but you couldn't get off the field against Minnesota. You couldn't get off the field against Maryland. You couldn't get off the field against Wisconsin. You couldn't get off the field against Iowa. Do that one more time, and we're talking about a 6-6 team in Nebraska ending their bowl drought and everything else. Get off the field. Like the rate stats and the yardage stats and all of that is great. But people are going to feel better about this defense if they go and they create havoc plays, more sacks, more takeaways. And when the chips are down and you can go and win the damn game with your defense, go and do that. Because nobody cares how great your defense is in the middle of the second quarter. It's when you have the opportunity to stop some of these quarterbacks and some of these teams in the fourth quarter and they could tie the game or win the game. Nebraska didn't do it last year. And I know that as much as anything infuriates Tony White. And so that is an area where they can be better, even if they take a step back statistically.
Do you have a pick on who you think is going to lead the defense in sacks?
I'm going to go with Jamari Butler because he did it last year. I think he's their best overall defensive pass rusher. I think they have a lot of different people who could do it.
Yeah, me too.
But I think Jamari Butler could be sort of one of those throwback players that's been in a program long enough where you feel like you know what he is, but maybe there's another level to his game. And we're talking about a guy like, it wouldn't shock me if we're talking about a guy with double-digit sacks, like that kind of potential.
That's what I was wondering if the number could
be that. Yeah, could be that disruptive. I think Jamari Butler has that ability.
The David Sanders visit a couple of weeks ago, a lot of people were very excited about it, but as it turns out, he ends up going to Tennessee. In fact, Ohio State was kind of considered his second team, and certainly a lot was made of that visit a few weeks ago, but is there a level of disappointment inside the program from losing out after what Nebraska appeared to make a really strong late push?
I'm sure there's disappointment because you wanted to get them, but I don't think Nebraska thought that they were ever in the catbird seat for David Sanders. So it's hard to be too upset about losing what you never had. And I think more than anything, you gave him something to think about. You put the thought in the back of his mind. If Nebraska starts off really fast and they're 7-0 or whatever it is, like imagine your dream start right now as you're driving throughout Omaha. Like if that actually happens, David Sanders becomes more of a reality, or Michael Terry becomes more of a reality, or whoever it is considering a flip to Nebraska becomes more of a reality. The best thing that they could do is put their best foot forward, give them a reason to think about Nebraska football. He did. He chose Tennessee. We'll see where it goes from here.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Cleveland's in better shape, I would think. They got the momentum. Can they get the series win tonight after all those pitchers were used?
I was stunned that they managed to win that game yesterday. Multiple times, bases loaded. I think they didn't even have outs at one point.
Yeah.
And didn't even finish with a run. The stupid ghost runner, you just assume that it's going to go poorly if you don't score in the top half of that inning. I don't know. It's been a wild baseball year. I mean, they're at 73 wins, which is I think the same as the Brewers, and they have a 3.5 game lead. Milwaukee's is in double digits. It's a unique year. We'll see how it all goes. I'll continue to root against the Twins and hope that pays off for me.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. See you, Shafe.
Bye, Shafe.
Yeah. Have a good one.
When we come back, we have a sports flash.
Oh.
And I was right.
Wait, is this about the other thing too, or is this?
Not me. I don't know.
And here's a tease from Travis. The SEC blinked first.
Well, we've got some stuff to parse through. We'll discuss that in a moment on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We have talked about the NFL multiple times today, and we'll be doing so a whole lot more over the next 15 days. And a reminder that now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. You will get to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you are like John and the Rams aren't on a whole lot in those Sunday afternoon windows because they got to put America's team on the television at 325. Well, you're in luck because with this, again, $5 at FanDuel, you can get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620.
So with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. So again, for this great offer, 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV, all FanDuel customers just need to bet $5. And if you want to be a new customer, go to FanDuel.com/1620 and download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Sports Flash.
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update.
Sports Flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. No, friends, do not fear. This is not a rescind of the order that Dylan Raiola is the starting quarterback. That is still true, but it has finally happened on August the 21st, 2024, a date which will live in infamy.
What happened now?
Sports Flash.
The Southeastern Conference has announced
Sports Flash.
its new football tie-breaking procedure.
What?
Oh,
wow, that was
That's
bad.
right.
That was my fault. That was my fault. I apologize. I apologize, everyone.
Sports Flash.
I apologize.
We are less than a week from the actual opening of the season, though no SEC teams are playing this weekend. And we finally have the tie-breaking procedure, of course, this year, featuring divisionless formats.
Nice.
With all 16 teams lined up, but
Nice.
only playing 8 conference games.
Not nice. Stupid, in fact.
Sad.
Meaning that, it's going to be rather unwieldy. So here they are.
The unwieldy boys.
This is,
Thank you.
I must say first, I'm surprised. I've seen tiebreaker scenarios. In fact, if you go to the NFL's tiebreaker page, it's a lot more spelled out for you. This is a
Thank
very
you.
short
Thank
release.
Because and we can name the tiebreakers, but I have a question about the literal first tiebreaker.
Well, here we go. In the event of a tie between teams competing for a place in the conference championship game, the following procedures will be used in descending order until the tie is broken. A, head-to-head competition among the tied teams.
I'll hold my question until after.
B, record versus all common conference opponents among the tied teams.
Okay.
C, record against the highest, best, place common conference opponent in the conference standings and proceeding through the conference standings among the tied teams.
Okay. So it's almost a sub tiebreaker of B, given that it also references common opponents.
D, cumulative conference winning percentage of all conference opponents among the tied teams. So basically strength of your conference.
So your
schedule.
conference winning percentage of all the 8 teams combined, right? That's what that one is? Sorry, I should have held questions. Keep going.
Got a hold.
E, capped relative total scoring margin versus all conference opponents among the tied
Now
teams.
that's interesting.
And finally, F, a random draw of the tied teams. Not a coin flip, a random draw.
Okay, I'll ask my first question about F. Are you surprised that they did random draw instead of a coin flip? Because people don't believe in any institutions anymore. And they won't believe in any institution. But a random draw.
Well, are we going to have a three-sided? What if you have a three-sided or a four-sided coin? What if it's a four-way tie?
That's a dice.
That's a dice, but
That's
that's why
six-sided.
coin flip is out of the question, because how do you do a coin flip between 3 teams?
Did they stop
Excellent point.
at F and just say coin flip because they don't know letters past F?
No.
It's the South.
Nice.
Wow.
All right, so here's
what's your first question?
Okay, my first one is head-to-head competition among the tied teams. Now,
Correct.
we did a exercise recently when you did the mega simulation.
And in the mega simulation, the Big Ten, my mega simulation had Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State all tied at 8-1.
And so here's where my question, I think you know where I'm going with this, but it was like
Mhm.
there was a head-to-head. One of those teams played both of them, but the other 2 teams played only one of them.
Mhm.
And so my question would be, what does that mean? And do you just skip right down to B, given that you wouldn't have a total head-to-head? Or was my theory about it correct?
Well-
So that's why I read this and I thought, I already have a question.
See, that's why I'm surprised this is such a short release.
Yeah.
Because
I have to imagine people are calling the SEC right now.
they probably are, but you can't do a head-to-head if not everybody played everybody else in the head-to-head.
Correct.
So, for example, in the example we had of Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State, you had Oregon having beaten
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
beat,
You had Ohio State beating Penn State.
but losing to Oregon.
But losing to Oregon, obviously.
And-
And Penn State didn't play Oregon.
So Oregon was 1-0, Ohio State was 1-1, Penn State was 0-1. Now I said, in my opinion, I think that they would just say, sorry, Penn State, even though.
But you can't do that because in order to do head-to-head, it's got to be everybody in the tie
Sure.
has to have played the other.
All right. So
The
that's,
others.
that's a question that we need answered. for that scenario, I mean, I almost want to email them the mega simulation and say, what would you do?
What would you do here?
Yeah.
What would you
What
do?
would you do? And say, please tell us what you would do. Because if you then go down to B, record versus all common conference opponents among tied teams.
Now, that's another interesting point, another interesting case. So here's my question regarding B. Okay. So it's record versus all common conference opponents.
Yeah.
What if, and we'll use SEC teams for this example. Let's say your ties between Auburn, Alabama, and LSU.
Okay.
Just to make it easy.
Here,
Auburn, Alabama, LSU.
I'll see if I can open up their schedule.
What if among the common opponents, Auburn has played only 3 common opponents?
Yes, exactly.
Alabama and LSU have each played 5 common opponents.
Exactly.
So Auburn would theoretically have an advantage, perhaps, by having a smaller sample size. So are we accepting that the sample size must be the same, or can it be different?
Exactly. A great question. Because that goes back to the first question.
My guess would be that they would have to go to the lowest common denominator, so they would only have to go with the 3 common opponents that Auburn has played. But again, it doesn't spell it out here.
Yeah, because the issue, I think, is not so much when it's when it's 2 teams. That tiebreaker they're going to figure out.
Yeah, the tiebreaker between 2 teams, that's very simple.
It's the one when you get 3.
It's the 3 or more where things get dicey.
Exactly. The next one, record against highest, best placed common conference opponents in conference standings and proceeding through the now, let me ask, isn't C just a kind of an offshoot of B? I guess is the theory that the record amongst all common ones is the same. So then you're like, but did you beat the good teams? Is that
right?
Okay.
So if it's a 3-way tie for first, you're then proceeding down the line in the conference standings. So 4th place. So, but again, you know, that I don't know if you're going to get a whole lot of change out of that.
That okay, thank you. That's kind of what I was thinking too. The D is cumulative conference winning percentage of all conference opponents among tied teams. So that one is just a straight 1 through 8. Your opponent's winning percentage.
Your opponent's winning percentage. So it's strength of schedule.
And then the next one is interesting because, but it is capped. So capped.
What does that mean? What's capped relative total scoring margin?
So first of all, scoring margin, obviously we all know what that means, but capped. Yeah. What is the number that they set? Because I was wondering if scoring margin would be included in something like this, but they don't want to encourage teams going out and leaving their starters in to win 60 to nothing. So there must become in the BCS era, John, wasn't there a strength of victory margin that was included, but it was like maxed out at like 30, I think.
Yes. And the same thing was the old RPI.
Yeah.
You know, there was a certain cap. Once you got to a certain, blowout level, you didn't get, once you got to, I don't remember what the number was, but let's just say the number is 30. If you beat somebody by 40, it only counted as a 30-point win because it was capped.
Yeah.
Right? So you couldn't go out and beat someone by 50 and just
it doesn't matter at a certain point. It's
once it gets
calories.
to a certain point, it's done.
Severe says the point differential thing is how the Eagles ended up getting into the playoffs in 1980. Comeback versus Dallas to cover the 25
points. So Dallas and Philly were playing in the last regular season game of the year.
Okay.
They were tied, and it came down to point margin. All the Eagles need to do, the Dallas had to beat them.
And this was to get home field in the playoffs.
Yes, this was for the number 1 seed.
Sad.
That's why Dallas ended up going to Philly in the 1980 championship game.
Jerks.
But all Philly needed to do was keep the game. I don't remember what the margin was. I think it was...
They lost by 8.
I think it was 2 touchdowns or something.
Interesting. That's wild. So they were basically playing to cover the spread.
Yeah, Dallas had to basically blow out the Eagles.
That's
and if they
fascinating.
it got to that point.
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
What a fun little bit of trivia. Thank God they lost the Super Bowl. So yeah, it brings about more questions, I think, than are answered here. Mainly because, again, of the 3-team tiebreaker.
Right.
It is not the 2-team. That will be fine. It is the 3-team tiebreaker that I still have many, many questions about. Many, many questions.
So there you go. We finally have one answer now.
Now, will the Big Ten just
will
do the
the,
same
will the
thing?
other conferences now finally start to reveal theirs? Will it be the same as the SECs? Will they be different?
Yeah, I bet it's going to be very, very similar. Though they're going to be able to see. It's like the best part about this for the Big Ten is shows like ours, people
in general that cover the sport are now asking all of these questions, and they will get answered. And I bet the Big Ten then takes all of that into account, because then they will.
It's August 21st,
It is.
ladies and gentlemen.
There is
August 21st.
Theirs is going to be lengthier, much lengthier, I bet, because they're going to have. So what this would mean for, and they're going to give us examples of like 3 teams. I think that's what's going to happen. Max says, actually smart that it's capped. I bet it's 30 points each individual game. So once you're up by 30, no need to run it up more. Makes sense. Yeah, I bet 30 is it's basically 4 touchdowns. I think that would make a whole lot of sense. A 4-score game, I think that's probably what it'll be as well.
Still to come. Fired Up for Football, episode 1.
Hell yeah.
1-ish, because,
episode 0.
I don't believe in that. There is no such thing as year 0 or week 0.
Sorry.
This is the first week.
It's called week 0. It says it on the calendar.
I don't care what the calendar says.
Week 0.
My calendar says it's
What's
August.
next week then?
Next week would be week 2.
You're going to call next week week 2?
Yeah, there's just a lot of idle teams. It's not like if a bunch of teams were idle in week 11, we just skip that number.
That's true. That's a good point. Hard to argue with you there, John.
That's why there's no such thing as week 0. Or is it week WEAK?
Nice.
Also, Chris Plank will join us.
The voice
talking
of the Sooners.
The
sideline voice of the Sooners.
And friend of Farron.
Yeah. What an interesting choice that is.
It is an interesting choice. That's coming up on 1620 The Zone. All right, quick update. The
was
SEC
fast.
did that. What we were reading from was just the release. They actually have the official rules, the more extended rules, which go through all the different things. And
Basically,
yes,
all
to
the
answer,
questions that we had.
and basically Josh's question. So if it is a 3-way tie, the first tiebreaker is record against each other, and it must be a true round robin. So all the other teams must have played each other. So in the Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State scenario that we pointed out, that would be thrown out because Oregon would have not played Penn State.
Okay, good. So then they would move on to the second
They would
one.
move on to the next one. But the one thing I wanted to look up was just to see the official rules for F, which was a random draw.
Yeah, how does that work?
So in the random draw, each tied institution's AD will join a video conference with the commissioner. During the video conference, each tied institution's name will be visibly placed into a drawing. If there are 2 or more teams tied for one spot, then the commissioner will draw one name. The name that is drawn wins the random draw and is placed in the conference championship game. If there are 3 or more teams tied for 2 spots, then the commissioner will draw 2 names.
I want this so bad.
This
I
sounds
do too. And it needs to be televised.
This sounds very much like a COVID era game that kids would play.
Oh,
over
it
Zoom.
does. John, let me ask you this, because I have another question, and that was related
God.
to the scoring margin. Do they have the number? Do they have the capped number of scoring margin inside of this press release, or is that a number that they will announce at a later date?
Capped relative scoring margin, nothing under that. So let me look down here.
Jack says, random draw, at least let the mascots rock, paper, scissors. That'd be great. Oh, here we go. We have the Crimson Tide.
Capped relative scoring margin. It does not say
Doesn't
what
say
the
what the
cap
number is.
I'm still looking. Hang on. Let's look. Capped
What?
relative scoring
The
margin.
capped.
Oh,
relatives.
okay. Here we go.
Got it?
Oh my God. Appendix A, capped relative scoring margin.
Okay, so now you have to go to Appendix A. So much scrolling.
At the end of the season, the score of each conference game will be evaluated based on both the team's average scoring offense and defense. For both teams in each game, the conference will calculate the relative offensive margin and the relative defensive margin and add them together. This will be averaged for each team across all its conferences.
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't give us the capped number. That's just saying we're going to do average scores per game.
Oh, it's like a calculus problem.
Nice. So they don't have the answer to that part yet. Huh.
Yeah, you know what? Go to secsports.com/FB tiebreaker. Read it for yourself. I'm not going to try to explain this math problem on the air.
Wait, it literally looks like a math problem?
No, but it goes through some different.
What page was that on?
It is. It's a
different
word
scenarios.
problem. That's
What page
it
was
is.
that on, John?
Page 9.
Page
9. Page 9. It's not good radio. We'll just move on.
Yeah.
Because I need to celebrate the fact that once again I was right.
Uh-huh.
In fact, you can already mark one victory on the list.
Oh?
For I was the one who predicted that
Put away the
before
eggs.
the season started, somewhere, somebody in the recognized college football media will identify Nebraska as a dark horse playoff contender.
What? Who did that?
In an article entitled 7 Best Underdog Contenders for the College Football Playoff and Why They Might Outperform from none other than the Athletic.
Oh. Mitch Sherman writes for them.
They go through this very long procedure where they remove, they look at all the underdog teams and they just start to eliminate teams and, based on various factors. Here are the teams, the strongest underdog contenders. By the way, let's just real quick.
You want to get the other teams?
Let's. First off, underdog trends got to be from a Power 4 conference. Okay, got it.
That's right. They had rules, which I liked. I liked that they had rules
the
to
rules.
this. Rule boys.
Let's see. Shorter. No. Okay, this is. Never mind. Here's the team. This is the important thing.
Okay.
Strongest underdog contenders this year. Auburn. Louisville.
Oh.
Florida.
Oh.
Wisconsin.
Oh.
Kentucky.
Oh.
TCU and
Rutgers. Is it Rutgers?
No, you idiot. It's Nebraska.
Oh!
Go Big Red.
Look at you, John. Remember when you asked Bill Connolly and he laughed in your face?
He laughed.
You were like, hey, Bill, do you think anyone will have Nebraska as a dark horse team? And he
who's
said,
laughing now,
John
nerd?
Bishop, you're a moron.
That's why we're a K-Ford program now.
Oh, no. Hey, don't say that. Please don't like Bill. Bill, we love you. We'd love to have you.
No,
back.
there it is. Best underdog contenders
Wow.
and Nebraska. And going to the explanation under Nebraska.
Yeah, what's the explanation? We want John Bishop to be able to say he's right.
Nebraska's got that underdog in him.
Oh,
The Huskers are a case study of factors that could combine for a breakout. Second-year coach Matt Rule has already two top 10 recruiting seasons under his belt.
All right. Well, they're wrong there. It's two top 25 recruiting seasons under his belt.
Right.
Yeah.
Headlined by Dylan Raiola. Rule has a record of gradually but drastically improving teams.
Yeah.
Hashtag second season. New offensive coordinator, co-offensive coordinator, Glenn Thomas is a quarterback specialist. Tony White guided a defense that surrendered 122 fewer points in the season before. Nebraska's returning 7 starters on defense and all 5 starting offensive linemen, though one is injured.
He's now hurt.
But keep in mind, the Huskers scored 17 or fewer points in every one of their 7 losses last year, including 4 straight games they lost by a combined 16 points to end their season. Even a modest bump from Raiola and Nebraska's transfers could lead to a big improvement in this team's bottom line.
I can give you the full list of the criteria that they took into account. So the first one, obviously, is that you have to be from a power conference, right? Like that's easy peasy. Moving on. Team's potential based on previous season. As they described it, in our sample, surprise top 10 teams may not have been coming off strong seasons, but they weren't horrible either. All 14 teams in our sample won at least 4 games during the season prior to their top 10 appearance that eliminated 8 teams. They had strong opponents in the previous season. Obviously, we know that Nebraska's schedule last year included teams like Michigan. The odds were shorter than expected. Similar to the minimum threshold for wins, most long shots weren't extreme long shots when it came to the betting public. In Nebraska, while a long shot is certainly not, an out of nowhere long shot. They also write they were not too good in the previous season. Historically, our top 10 underdogs couldn't have been coming off too dreadful of a season, but they also couldn't be too good. So Nebraska being not a 7 or 8 win team kind of fits that more than ever. And then the last one, I believe, there's 2 more. New leadership, and it is coaches, coordinators that have 2 years or less on the job at that school. Obviously, given this is year 2, that one is going to fit to a T. And the last one was strong recruiting. And they described that as 3 top 50 recruiting classes in a row. So it doesn't even have to be anywhere near the top 25. So that's why they say Nebraska fits the bill.
So there you have it.
Congrats, John, on finally being like.
What do you mean finally?
Me.
What do you mean finally? I'm nothing like you.
Isn't it nice to finally be able to tell someone I was right? You always have said I'm right, leaning, but you've never been able to say I was right about
I
something.
am right.
Interesting.
I'm always.
It feels good, doesn't it, Nick? Someday, dare to dream.
I can't wait to be right.
Yep, dare to dream, Nick.
All right, coming up next. You know who's not a dark horse playoff candidate?
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, you. Their famous fight song.
That's
Everyone
not their
knows
fight
it.
song.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, you.
Song. But Oklahoma is coming up next. Chris Plank of the Sooner Radio Network and Sirius XM Radio and friend of Farron joins us to preview the Sooners.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone. And John Bishop here for Lindley Clothing with the new fall merchandise arriving daily. I've always been blown away by walking into Lindley Clothing and Well Suited right next door and seeing the huge selection. I'm trying to figure out where they're going to put all the new fall merchandise because they were already bursting at the seams with existing merchandise. And it's all the great brands: Bugatti, David Donahue, Johnny O, Samuelson, St. Croix, Tommy Bahama, so much more. Right there at 132nd and Dodge and Linden Market, upfront parking, John Marlene and the staff ready to help you find the perfect fit for fall, get you ready for game day. And with 2 on-site tailors, they're in-house. You don't have to worry about anything. Your suit's not going anywhere. It's going to stay right there in the store. They'll measure you, get you all suited up so you not only look great, but you fit perfectly. So, head to Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, Linden Market, 132nd and Dodge. Get your fall fit ready to go. It's the only place to go for your wardrobe needs. Omaha's been going there for nearly 90 years. It's Lindley Clothing, 132nd and Dodge.
He's on.
Ewers has the football, gets it out, almost threw it. You think they're a pick. Right to Gentry Williams, who jumped the route. A huge mistake for Ewers, and OU will take over in the red zone. Robinson and Brooks flanking Ewers. And a throw. Sanders tipped up in the air and intercepted. The second takeaway. Kendall Dolby comes up with the pick. Billy Bowman batted it up in the air.
Play action, Gabriel floats it downfield. It's Carl Anderson into the end zone for a second touchdown. And the Sooners have the lead back. 42-yard touchdown pass. Gabriel to Anderson.
Oh, it's up quick. Oh, it's picked. This might be a pick six. Bowman Jr. trying to be run down. He's showing everybody his shoe bottoms. Does he have enough? Got there. Boomer Sooner. How do you like that?
It's time for 22 teams in 25 GRUM.
Does this mean we brought back the old failed segment, the Oklahoma drill?
Oh, it does.
Remember
yes.
that one? Remember that?
Oh, what a great segment. What a great segment.
Joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline from the OU Radio Network, also heard on Sirius XM, friend of Mike Farron.
Oh, I don't think anyone wants to be described as that.
Oh, of course he does. Chris Plank. Chris, how you doing?
Great, man. Great, man. The highlights got me pretty fired up, though. Are you sure Oklahoma beat Texas? Because the way people act, I mean, I thought Texas went undefeated and won the national title last year based on the hype around them.
They did not.
This year. But I'm really pumped, guys. Thanks for having me on, man.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chris.
So how would you gauge the anticipation around OU football going into this season?
Cautious optimism, nervous energy. There's a lot of excitement because the defense is personnel-wise and understanding of scheme-wise where Brent Venables, I think, wants it. They probably have a little bit more talent they want to add, and they've done well on the recruiting side of things and in the portal. Maybe they could get a little bit more depth on that D-line or a few more guys at corner. But I think they feel really good where the defense is right now. What's odd and what's wild, if you think about the history of Oklahoma football over the last 15, 20 years, the question marks kind of surround the offense. Is Jackson Arnold ready? It's quite the decision that Oklahoma made to go ahead and when Dylan Gabriel decided his draft grade wasn't what he wanted it to be, they said, hey, you're more than welcome to come back, but you're competing with Jackson Arnold. And Dylan Gabriel moved on to Oregon, and Jackson Arnold, the freshman, is the guy now, I guess, sophomore. So it's going to be wild to see a team that has so much unknown on offense, especially with a new co-offensive coordinators and new quarterback and a whole new offensive line. By the way, it's probably the hardest schedule that Oklahoma's ever had in the history of ever. So all those things combined to cautious optimism and a lot of nervous energy.
Hey, Chris, I wanted to ask you about the quarterback situation. When we previewed Kansas State a few weeks back, one of the things that I remember asking their play-by-play guy was, hey, if Will Howard is back, is Avery Johnson the starter? Because a lot of people seem to think that he would have won the job regardless. I'll ask you a similar question. If Dylan Gabriel is back for another year, is Jackson Arnold the guy, or would it have been Dylan? Again, that's a workaround way of asking you, how good do we expect Jackson Arnold to be in 2024?
Well, here's maybe, I guess, what you can say, a cop-out. I'm not so sure if Jackson Arnold's still in Norman if Dylan Gabriel comes back. With the transfer portal being what it is and knowing that his offensive coordinator that helped bring him to Oklahoma just took the job in Mississippi State, there's a part of me that wonders if Jackson Arnold is even here if Dylan Gabriel comes back. So that's a cop-out. But for some reason, I love Dylan Gabriel. I think he's going to do great things at Oregon. I am a massive fan of his, and he's not just a good football player. He's a good dude. But Oklahoma fans kind of felt some sort of way about him. There were some turnovers in key moments. It's just I also think there was this hype and excitement over Jackson Arnold being a 5-star kid and, being the first major recruit to choose Brent Venables in Oklahoma. So I say this knowing that the Oklahoma fans listening would probably get very angry at me, but I'm really going to miss Dylan Gabriel. And I think if it was a true battle, I think there's a really good chance that Dylan Gabriel would have won that job. But with that said, this was the plan all along. right? This was what the plan was going to be from day one whenever Jackson Arnold committed and then eventually signed. He was going to redshirt a year, learn college ball, and then when Dylan Gabriel's eligibility was expired, he was going to go to the NFL, and Jackson Arnold was going to be the starter. Just so happened, Dylan Gabriel magically has, I think he still got another year of eligibility, guys, but he didn't get the draft grade he wanted. He moved on, and now Jackson's the guy. He's got to be better than he was in the bowl game, that's for sure.
Talking with Chris Plank from the Sooners Radio Network, we're previewing Oklahoma in 25 teams in 25 grums. It's a program that has featured breakout stars in the passing game in recent years. Great wide receivers, great specialists. Most of the top pass catchers outside of Stoops are back. Who do you like to have that big year and really rise up that draft board going into next spring?
Let me give you two that I like a lot. One of them is Deion Burks. He's the Purdue transfer. Now, he got in a little trouble this offseason, but it looks as if they what's the line that we get a lot, John? Oh, this is something that's been handled internally. So it looks like they got that all taken care of, quote unquote taken care of. But I think Deion Burks has a chance to be really, really special for Oklahoma in this offense. The other guy is Nick Anderson, and Nick's older brother, Rodney, was an outstanding running back here. Nick had, I guess, what you could call a breakout season last year. And he's a good kid. He's really fun to root for. And I think those two guys, keep an eye on him. Burks probably more in the slot in that Drake Stoops role, and then Anderson outside. But, John, listen, one guy that I love is a kid who, when you look at his numbers, you're like, what? But his name's J.J. Hester. And he transferred in from Missouri 3 years ago. He's on his third year. He has one catch in his previous 2 seasons because he hasn't been healthy. He's been dinged up. Oklahoma lost arguably number 3, number 4 receiver in Jaden Gibson before the season started, before even practice really got fully going. And J.J. Hester has been a guy that's really stepped up. Oh, and I know you guys love some of the, get your hands dirty, hand in the ground type players. This Bauer Sharp kid at tight end has a chance to be really good. So there's probably too many names, but just some guys to keep an eye on that I think could have really good seasons in the passing game for Oklahoma.
Chris, other side of the ball, the improvement that we saw from the 2022 defense to 2023, how would you grade that? And I guess what kind of grade do you think we need to be giving them by the end of this year, given the aforementioned tough schedule?
Well, unfortunately, you lose 2 games to Kansas and Oklahoma State as, moments after the Texas game where you kind of thought you were going to find another level. And to excusinate that away, Benny Stutzman did get hurt. I would say the improvement from year 1 with Brent to year 2 was probably like a B-, C+. But, here's the thing. They brought in better players. They're deeper than they've ever been. For instance, on that defensive line in years past, you lose one of your edge guys or one of your interior guys, we're throwing our arms up. Like, oh my gosh, we're doomed. What's going to happen? Brent Venables the other day, when he talked to the media, said they think they're going to go 9 to 11 deep, across that defensive line. And that's huge. Last year, they were in such a tough spot at corner that when they played Texas, they ended up having to move a safety to corner. They weren't very good. But that's just how little depth that they have. They have more depth. They have 4 or 5 guys they think they can play at that corner spot, including Kendall Dolby, who's been their cheetah, kind of their, bandit back or whatever term you want to use in anyone's defense. So I would say this year has a chance to be the best, and it better be the best of the 3, right? Just because of the bodies that they've added. And you've got a lot of dudes that have been in this system. So you've got probably a low B, high C from year 2 to year 3, but going into the SEC and having the guys back, this has got to be an A+ if Oklahoma is going to be where the standards of this program expects them to be.
Chris Plank joining us from Oklahoma. The Sooners are team today in 25 teams and 25 grums. You mentioned Stutzman a moment ago. Kip Lewis is back. You talked about the secondary, how deep it is, and it's really good. So really, do the keys to this defense, does it lie in how that line gels and improves over last year?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll rumble a few names off, right? Can Dominic Williams, the kid who came in from TCU, can he be as advertised? He was one of the best players in the Big 12. He comes to Oklahoma. Can he make that impact? There's a young man named Grayson Holt, another guy, but when you look at his stats, you're like, what? He's been around for 3 years. He hasn't done a damn thing. But now the conversation has been he's having a really good offseason, and I think he can be a difference maker. You know, can you finally see DeJohn Terry in his second season here, the transfer from Tennessee, really make that impact to where he sticks? And then you got 2 freshmen that they love. And I know it's a big day for, you know, freshmen starting across the state of Nebraska. But there's right, breaking news, right? Everyone's shocked by that today. But Jaden Jackson is a big defensive tackle, and David Stone. And it's interesting because they were high school teammates at IMG, and David Stone was the guy, 5-star. Everyone's talking about him. He's got to be a rock star, and I bet he's going to be. But once they got on campus, guys, Jaden Jackson has been that dude. So it's going to be real interesting to see through, I think I just mentioned about 6 guys, who can end up being a difference maker. Here's the thing that's wild. I don't think, John, they're as talented on the edge as they need to be, but they're just good, right? Ethan Downs is a guy that's been around for a while. R. Mason Thomas is their best speed rusher, but he's been hurt. So those are some of the guys. I mean, R. Mason Thomas has got to be a dude getting after the quarterback, but you need those guys to step up against the big baddies of the SEC if this team is going to end up finishing better than their preseason projections have them.
Chris, I want to ask a schedule-specific question because it's wild, as we've talked about multiple times. Tennessee is the first conference home game. Bama is also coming to Norman. Oklahoma's going to Ole Miss and LSU. Which of the the old SEC schools, aka
the baddies,
not Missouri, because given the history with them, and obviously not Texas, which of the matchups, whether it's a road one or a home one, has fans most excited and most fired up?
Well, I'll just, I think it's a cop-out, right, to say all of them. But, let me give you 2, and they're both, they're both home games. I think the Alabama game is one that has people feeling some sort of way. Alabama and Oklahoma have met twice in bowl games, but they had a regular season series, back in like 2005, 2004, and it's kind of wild to hear people talk about the relationships that they developed back then. I mean, it was really a cool series, and to know that Alabama's coming here, I think it's very exciting. Now, that could be a completely different world if Oklahoma struggles this year and is in the tank by then, but it also could be the other way if they're playing well and people are excited. But I think the early game is the one that's most intriguing. That's Tennessee. Right, the story of Josh Heupel coming back, Joey Halsley, his offensive coordinator, who was a quarterback and a grad assistant here for a couple of years. But that's and Josh, I don't know how much you guys have dug into the story. Whenever he was let go after the 2014 season as Oklahoma's offensive coordinator, there was some bad blood. Taylor Swift bad blood, man. It was not good. And it stayed that way for a long time. Brent Venables took over, and since then, it seems as if some of those bridges have been repaired. But that's a guy that you're not writing the story of Oklahoma football and it's championship history without talking about Josh Heupel, right? So I think that Tennessee game, and, listen, I am someone who talks a lot, so if you have to cut me off, please tell me, because I could talk about this OU Tennessee game incessantly based on the swing nature of it, right?
Yes.
It's your first SEC game, all this hype around Nico and Jackson Arnold. Well, what happened if Oklahoma beats Tennessee? Well, suddenly that swings the gates open for expectations for OU, who then, by the way, has to turn around and play like Texas and Auburn. But for Tennessee, if they beat Oklahoma in Norman, it's going to lead to a lot of questions about, well, did Oklahoma screw this up by going to the SEC, and can they compete? So to me, I think fans are most looking forward to seeing Josh Heupel back in Tennessee, but maybe even more so to see, all right, this is our first chance, in a conference game to see how well we match up. And I think that's going to be a big measuring stick game.
So, Chris Plank, what's the jury on Brent Venables so far, and how much should this season go towards the final verdict, whatever that may be, given it's a tough schedule and it's the first year in this league?
And he was given a contract extension by John before the season to make sure and solidify things. And they just, pulled a 5-star offensive lineman, Michael Pasusi, today out of Texas. So I think that he is the guy, barring going 0-12, right? I think he's the guy going forward. To me, though, year threes matter so much to me. I look at the history of Brian Kelly. the guy you cover the most, Matt Rule, has been able to do it in year 2. I mean, it's kind of wild when you think about his run. But to me, year 3s are really big. You've had 2 years to recruit and bring in your guys, and by year 3, you should have an established foundation. Brent Venables has an established foundation. There isn't a lot of questions about whether or not, they've got the players to get it done. The question is, all right, are they going to be able to survive this grinding schedule? So to me, this is a massively important season. And I think Brent Venables knows it. I don't think he's someone that's got his head in the sand. He realizes how high these expectations are. Now, everyone gets difficulty of schedule. Everyone knows it. So maybe there's a little bit of grace if this team does happen to finish, say, 8-4, or 9-3. But if they fall on their face and they finish under 500, it's going to really be challenging to continue to sell that confidence. But he's a tireless worker. He's really good at what he does as far as selling a program and the vision of what he had for a program. He waited a long time before he took a head coach's gig. And let me tell you guys, as someone who has been there since day one when he took over, for as successful as Oklahoma was as a program, he changed everything. I mean, just everything is different, and it's not in a bad way. And the reason was he felt we needed to be better in a lot of areas to be competitive in the SEC. So I'm a big believer, but I'm telling you right now, it's going to open up a lot of doubters and a lot of question marks if this team struggles and isn't able to take care of business this year. So, long answer to a short, good question. I think it's infinitely important, and Oklahoma continues to do well in the fundraising side of things, and people believe in Brent. So you got to go out and have success this year to truly hammer home that vision and that belief that you've tried to foster in this program.
You want to know how intense this rivalry is with OU and Texas? Unsolicited, Longhorn in Omaha comments on the YouTube comments page. The lineman that Chris Plank just mentioned, the 5-star lineman Fasusi, Longhorn says Fasusi didn't want to ride the pine his first year at UT.
Awesome.
And that's why he picked OU.
Let me guess. He also wasn't very high on Texas's list of players that they wanted. Someone
they cooled on him. They cooled on him.
Right. Yeah. As somebody who's covered Bill Bedenbaugh for well over a decade, my man has never promised playing time to anyone coming in as a freshman. Stop being poor, Texas fans. Get in the NIL game.
Yeah, here we go. Chris Plank, thank you, my friend. Great stuff. Looking forward to it. Really looking forward to watching OU in the SEC, and I hope you guys have a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I know we're up against it, but I just want to say this. You are my favorite play-by-play guy to listen to, John Bishop. I don't let Mike Farron hear this, but I love listening to you call games in the College World Series. And you crush it. And then when they put you down in the dugout, you crush it, man. You're the best. And I'm just blessed to be able to hang out with you today.
Wow.
That's stuck to the tape.
Yep, that's a promo. That's why I shut up.
We need to play that for Farron next Tuesday when he comes back.
Oh, great idea.
Chris, you're the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
See you guys. Thanks so much.
Chris Plank. You can also catch him on SiriusXM College Sports Nation. Channel 84.
You have the schedule. You have all the K-Ford stuff. So a couple of things. We've mentioned the big teams. In terms of preseason ranked teams, Tennessee at home, Texas obviously in the Cotton Bowl, at Ole Miss, at Missouri, Bama at home, at LSU. They also go to Jordan-Hare to take on Auburn. But if you're looking for like a silver lining for all of that.
What's the silver lining?
One true road game until the end of October. One true road game. That's at Auburn.
That's a good point.
Obviously, we know about the Red River Shootout. That's at the Cotton Bowl, so 50-50. But otherwise, they don't actually leave for a true road game until they go to Ole Miss. The end of the schedule is insane, though.
Ole Miss.
Oh.
Forget about the main game.
Yeah, forget about that.
Missouri, Alabama, LSU.
Whew, that will be tough.
Now, by that point, Brian Kelly will have waved the white flag.
Nice.
Because it's LSU.
Nice. Yeah,
that's a bear of a schedule. That's why K Ford's got him at an 8-4 team.
Yeah.
Also, when you look at the projected SEC standings from K Ford, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th on the list, 4.3 wins on average according to K Ford's projections, behind Ole Miss and Texas A&M, and just ahead of Auburn and Florida.
Going to be hard. I mean, the schedule alone is going to bite them. And it's just how many times will it bite them? I think that Tennessee game is endlessly fascinating. The Vols are a team that I really like going into the year, but it's going to be their first road game of the season, if I remember right, and certainly their first big road game. And Nico's first start on the road. Travis points it out, though. OU really did get a welcome to the conference.
Yes, they did.
Schedule. They did. This
is like Nebraska in 2011.
Very much akin to that, right? Where it was like, oh my gosh, this is why you joined the league.
Now the difference is, I don't think. I mean, there'll be a target on their back because they are Oklahoma, but it won't be like the target that was on Nebraska's back.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Because there had always been that, Nebraska, Big Ten, are they really that good? Blah, blah, blah. And Nebraska was picked to win the league that year.
And they were joining by themselves.
Not. So in a weird way, Oklahoma might be sneaking up on a few teams. Okay. In a weird way.
Yeah, and Chris mentioned at the beginning where, Texas is entering the league and they're kind of getting a lot of the flowers.
Yes, a lot of the flowers are picked. I mean, some people are picking them to win it.
There's very much a discussion to be had, and we'll find out over the course of the next few months. Like, are we blowing a little too much smoke for one good year? And look, it was a really good year. Texas lived up to the hype. They went into Tuscaloosa and won. They made it to the playoff. They very much could have won that playoff game and made the national championship. And as you pointed out earlier this week, who knows what happens if they play Michigan? They did that. Oklahoma has had a couple of down seasons, comparatively speaking.
Yes.
Are we too low on Oklahoma? Are we too high on Texas, again, given the most recent of the recent years?
I got a feeling the answer is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, see, I still doubt Oklahoma moving forward under Venables, but that I will acknowledge that is a bias against me believing in him as as head coach material. I think there's a reason why it took him a long time to become a head coach. And I'll be honest, man, defensive first guy, struggling and having bad defenses, it was one of the biggest indictments of the end of the Bo era.
I think that needs to show itself this year.
100%.
I mean, Chris just talked about how important year threes are. I really think, offense aside, I really think that defense needs to show out this year. I mean, the Brent Venables defenses have been those aggressive defenses. They get a lot of havoc. They get a lot of turnovers.
They made plays, man, when they were at Clemson.
And they haven't been that in the first two seasons. They need to be that.
100%. Longhorn in Omaha. We appreciate Longhorn and Omaha listening. Says Texas OL is way better than blow you. I love it. Old school message boards.
Amazing.
Old school message boards. What a fun season it should be. What do we have? We have two teams left. We have Bama tomorrow.
Alabama tomorrow and the Iowa Hawkeyes on Friday.
Go Hawks.
Zeb says, what if OU and NU go 8-4 and meet in a bowl game? That would be fun.
That would be fun.
It'd be very fun. Fun shopping. It'd be very exciting.
It would be fun.
Very exciting.
You know what else would be fun?
Nebraska just being good.
You know what else would be fun?
What? A zone deal? Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com?
Yeah, sure. What is it?
Oh, I thought that's what you were setting up.
That's the Woodcliff, right?
Woodcliff, baby.
Two $25 certificates for $50. 1620thezone.com tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Friday morning at 9.
Yeah, exactly. What were you going to say, though?
I was
going
to say...
Is it the Valor season passes? Is it that?
It's not the Valor season passes.
You can win two of those right now?
You can win two of those if you go to 1620thezone.com. No. For the first time, we get fired up for football.
Nature is healing.
Brought to you by Warhorse Sportsbook.
Let's go.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
The year of our Lord 2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears as Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
Oh, the music is back and the segment is back. You know, this used to just be a throwaway bit.
During the summer, remember in June, Nick, we used to look ahead on a daily basis to every week, and then we would be like, what time do you think this game will kick off?
But then we realized how stupid that was because June is a great month filled with baseball, auto racing, and more baseball.
Yeah. Baseball.
So we saved it for the actual season. So here we are.
Love June.
Normally, we would not have started this until next week. But Josh was insisting, please.
I came up to people with tears in my eyes.
Yeah.
And I said, I want to do Fired Up for Football. And so we get to get Fired Up for Football with a sponsor. Thank you, Warhorse.
Warhorse Sportsbook.
Let's go.
Presenting Fired Up for Football.
Look at all these games.
Here's your college schedule. Woo! The games of the week.
Yes.
W-E-A-K.
No, John. No, it's of the week.
I mean, look at this. Saturday at 11, Florida State and Georgia Tech.
Yes.
It does not count towards the ACC standings.
Weird, but oh well.
On ESPN, College Game Day will be there.
How nice is it?
And to blend in the run and wrestling connection, the wrestler Sheamus from WWE will be the guest picker.
Sheamus. Isn't his name spelled Seamus?
To literally pick 4 games.
Isn't it?
Because there's only 4 games.
Isn't it spelled Seamus?
Well, yeah, that's how the Irish.
Oh, that's what you were
Yeah, Nick.
asking.
This is great that it's an 11 a.m. game. That's awesome. I'm happy I don't have to wait around till 1. Waiting all day. No, I want to turn on football at the time that the good Lord intended there to be
11
football.
a.m.?
Yes, the first game of the day.
Here for 11 a.m. kicks, Josh Peterson.
Well, as long as I'm not going, that works for me.
FS1 must have drawn the shortest straw because
What?
they get Montana State and New Mexico.
Let's go. I've heard some folks picking New Mexico to lose this game, John. How about that?
I haven't heard any of those folks because those folks only get 1 phone call per day.
Nice.
Saturday night at 7, CBS Sports Network presents SMU at Nevada.
SMU, famously of the ACC. Nevada, famously of the Mountain West.
And normally I wouldn't put this game on here, but it is the games of the week.
Week, John. W-E-E-K.
No television, but at 11 p.m., maybe you can find an illegal internet stream of Delaware State at Hawaii.
It's on the Team One app, John. Duh.
I can't believe we're actually doing this, but
You didn't mention the other games. You didn't
What other
mention
game?
McNeese at Tarleton on ESPN2.
Yeah, think of
or
Tarleton.
Florida A&M at Norfolk State.
Are you
on
sure you're
ABC
looking
at
at
6:30. It's the bet. You don't go to the GOAT schedule website. LSU.football.net/TV schedule.htm.
you know, I went to ESPN.com.
Well, they don't have McNeese versus Tarleton.
Well, no one gives a crap.
Tarleton sounds like the name of a guy's the main character's goofy best friend
what
in a
about
90s
the
show.
Cramton Bowl?
The Cram Boys.
Yeah, North Alabama
Lord.
versus SEMO.
I can see this segment is already off the rails and it's barely even started.
Let's go.
There's a lot of NFL preseason action
This
if
is
you
the
really want to watch.
It's the last week of the preseason.
You get to watch the awkward interactions between Al and Kirk.
Oh, they're back. You
On-
can call
Will
me
Kirk
out.
be
There. He's got to go overseas.
Oh, maybe he won't.
Yeah.
Prime Video will bring you Colts Bengals Thursday night. NFL Network has Bears and Chiefs
Oh, well,
Thursday night.
no, not locally. You'll have to watch it on, I think, ABC. It's blacked out on NFL Network. I know this because I watched the Chiefs on ABC this weekend because I'm a freak.
That would be KTV Channel 7.
That's the one.
Friday, NFL Network. All these games, NFL Network.
Great night for
Jags,
football.
Falcons, Frisco at the Raiders. Saturday, you've got a quadruple header.
Oh, let's go.
Steelers, Lions at noon. Chargers and the Goat Ropers at 3.
Those are the Cowboys.
Giants, Jets at 6:30, and Browns, Seahawks at 9.
John, this is a reminder, 2 TV setup. You get your college football, you get the Cramden Bowl, and then you get the NFL at the same time.
And then
Cram
on
boy.
2
Sunday,
games at the same time, man.
NFL Network has Titans, Saints. CBS brings you Cardinals at Broncos at 3:30. And NBC has a primetime preseason game. The Patriots and the Commanders in the battle of which team's uniforms suck more.
Let's go. By
It's
the way,
Patriots.
many of our listeners are pointing out, and we need to pull up the Warhorse odds, but Montana State is favored to win versus New Mexico, John. Favored.
Cool.
You doubted.
I didn't doubt anything.
Doubting Thomas.
Air.
Doubting Thomas.
You should change your name.
And so for the grades, and this is the segment where Josh, just
Gets excited. It's fired up for football, not Poopy McPooperson for football. That's not what the segment is called.
well, if you want an actual grade, it's mine, D-. I should have given it an F, but there's actually games that
would you say you
kind
are
of matter.
grading on a curve?
No, I'm not.
You said I should have given it an F.
I should have given it an F, but I was going to be nice today. I gave it a D-.
C-. Football's back. The world is healing. Nature is here. It's sunny again. We hadn't seen the sun in like 2 whole days. Football is here in 3 days. And as Adam points out, John hates football season. Sad, very sad.
I don't hate football season.
You're starting to hear this more and more, folks.
I'm not.
John,
I did
this
not
is
say I
Oppo
hate football
research
season.
against John.
If every week of football was like this weekend of football, it would not be America's most popular sport.
That's called the UFL.
Yes, this is barely the UFL.
But we get a Power 5 on Power 5. We get a conference matchup. The last time there was a
but it
conference
doesn't
matchup.
count as a conference matchup.
The last time there was a conference matchup in week 0, a team kicked it onside and their coach got fired a couple weeks later. Think about all the possibilities.
God, can you think of the idiots who have to cover that program?
Football season is our oyster, John. Oh, I guess. Now, speaking of football season, we got to talk to Mitch Holtis. Fired up for football. Thank you, Warhorse.
Warhorse Sportsbook here in Omaha, also in Lincoln.
Wow.
Check them out. Yes, you can bet sports in Nebraska.
Let's go.
At Warhorse Sportsbook, bringing you this season's Fired Up for Football.
Awesome. That was great. Wait till next week when we can give it an A+.
Next week was kind of like having a appetizer of green beans.
Wait, next week or this
This week was like the appetizer of like, here's some green beans.
I had green beans for lunch. I'm a fan of green beans. Put a little
but
salt
as an
and pepper.
appetizer, it is,
I'd want them fried probably, but sure.
Next week, it'll actually be a meal.
Let's go.
But next, it's Mitch Holtis.
Let's go.
On 1620 The Zone.
weights. You have to be willing to, step up to that challenge every day. You can't have any bad days out here. This is the best of the best. So you have to be on your A game every day. It's a different football game in the red zone. I put that in a whole different category than like if you're in the open field. Everything's going to be a lot faster. Everything's going to be a lot more physical. The holes are going to be smaller that you can sit in. Nothing's really going to be wide open in the red zone. Everything's going to be contested. You just have to go in there and make your plays.
So I'm trying to reflect back to yesterday. I'm old and I forget things easily.
Yeah,
My
we know,
short-term
man.
memory's not that good, but this is rookie week. I do remember that.
Yes.
And this is Mitch's segment brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of Kansas City Chiefs. I do remember that.
Yes.
But I believe the setup for the tease for today's player, which is, as you heard, tight end Jared Wiley, was something to the effect of, if this guy doesn't beat out Caleb Williams for NFL Rookie of the Year, they should just cancel the sport. I believe was how Mitch couched the phrase. Is that right? Did I get that right, Mitch?
I don't think so, but I'm not a spring chicken either. And I was going over Georgetown's post player or whatever the guy's name was. You couldn't get Ogbon Bamiga guy. So whoever that was, Ogbon Mamiga. No, I'll just refresh your memory.
Please do.
It is a rookie who was going to open up a category where the Chiefs badly need it that has not been open in the 12 years of Travis Kelce. And it is red zone offense. Jared Wiley last year, tight end at TCU. He started his career at University of Texas. Led all FBS tight ends with 5 red zone touchdown receptions. 5 of his 8 came in the red zone. Now, in the red zone, it's indoor football, man. It's a 30-yard field. You got to attack all 53-yard width of the field. But think about, too, the prototype Andy Reid wide receivers who in the red zone, you got to kind of scheme them open. Corn Dog, Tom and Jerry. But what Jared Wiley does, he's 6'7", you guys, with a 37-inch vert and about a 7-foot wingspan. There was at least 3 times I counted in St. Joseph where the defense has to play perfectly in the red zone defense. They're pressuring Mahomes, throws off his bat book, and he just throws it straight up in the air. Where the Chiefs have not had a threat, because there is no airspace restriction in the red zone. It goes straight up. And if you have a guy, think of Mike Evans of Tampa Bay or Mike Williams of the Chargers, Chiefs have never had that guy. They may have that guy now in Jared Wiley. And that adds a whole new dimension to this offense if you can just throw it up at the rim and let him dunk it, because it would be huge for red zone numbers, which the Chiefs was 17th in the league last year in red zone offense and still won the Super Bowl.
Are there spots in the end zone, Mitch, where you think, well, why? I mean, obviously you get the ball in the air, but are there spots in the end zone where he might even be most effective?
Yeah, because he's strong as well. Now, I love this comment in the red zone. I mean, that was a direct question of like, okay, you guys are expected to do everything in Andy Reid's offense. The tight end has to do it. Kelce has to do it all, right? You're not a basketball player guy just running around and a wide receiver in tight end clothing. But he talked about the red zone and how it's a whole different game. He already has an understanding where the windows are tighter. You have to find little ways to get open and little nuances, but you also have to be strong. I mean, strong with your hands, understand that you got to be running full speed across the back of the end zone and find that 8-inch window that Mahomes can find and zip it in there. And that's what Wiley can do as well. He's just, I think the biggest reason the Chiefs took him in the 4th round was this factor of giving another major threat.
Mitch, final preseason game tomorrow. How many actual end of the roster spots do you think are truly up for grabs?
Wide receiver, you're going to keep 6 or 7. Running back, you're going to keep 3 or 4. Tight end, are you going to keep 3 or 4? Offensive line, 9 or 10, probably 9. On the defensive side, it becomes safety is the big one. You're going to keep 5 or 4. If you keep 7 wide receivers, 4 tight ends, or 4 running backs, you're going to rob the defense of a player. Where does that player get robbed from? And I would say that would either be the defensive line, most notably it's safety. there's your battles. And those guys that are in those battles at every one of those spots will play most of the game tomorrow night. And don't sleep on it. I mean, those guys end up winning a game or two for you if you're going to win the whole shebang. Look what happened to the Chiefs last year. They had to have Nick Allegretti pull them out of the fire in the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. So tomorrow night's game is important for that reason alone, and there's some intrigue to it because of that.
All right, we'll look forward to it tomorrow night, 7:20 there, GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium. Mitch will be on the call. Speaking of tight ends, did you see this? Did you hear about this? But, you know, Adam Sandler is doing a Happy Gilmore 2. Did you see who is getting a cameo in that movie?
Is it our guest?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, I thought this was a setup to say Mitch.
No. Happy Gilmore is about a bad golfer. Mitch is a great golfer, so he wouldn't get a cameo in this. No, Travis Kelce.
Oh,
in Happy Gilmore.
That makes sense, right? That makes sense.
Remember what was it, our third report or our second report? Remember I told you guys he's becoming larger than life?
Yeah.
I mean, you see him in the hallway going, are you Saturday Night Live host? Because you're probably the best one they've had in like 7 years. And he's Sue Cray. Remember on the couch? I'll see him and I'll go, Sue Cray. And he just starts busting out laughing. Like he's larger than life. It's like now he's going to be in Happy Gilmore too. And by the way, they've got John Madden in that as well. And Morgan Freeman is playing John Madden.
Get it?
Good call.
Get
back. It? Good call back.
Get it?
Yeah. All right, boys.
Mitch, thank you. Have a good
Mitch.
call tomorrow.
See you guys.
You
All
bet.
right, thanks.
There he
guys.
goes.
I'll
Mitch
talk to you
Holtis,
tomorrow.
the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Last preseason game. So nice. Right? I think this is nice.
The last pre, as some people call it. Some people call preseason games prees.
Is that what they call them?
Yeah, it's the
Did
last
they? I
pre.
didn't know that.
Interesting.
I did not know that. By the way, the White Sox are threatening winning.
What?
It's 2-2 in the ninth. Bases loaded. Ooh.
I don't like
Giants trying to get it to the bottom of the ninth tied. Oh, could it be win number 31?
We hope not.
For the Chicago, win number 31.
On August the
It's
21st.
August the 21st.
Yeah, we don't want that. Come on, Giants. Strike them out.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
There's 2 out,
I
right?
have the pitch. Line drive, base hit up the middle. 1 run is in. A second man trying to score. Throw to third, gets away. And it's backed up, but the White Sox have taken the lead.
Boo.
Go Sox!
Boo.
4-2 White Sox in the ninth. Wow.
That's
what drama. I didn't think today could get any more historic. It started with Dylan Raiola getting announced as the starting quarterback. Who would have ever thought? Who would have ever thought that a 5-star pedigree player whose father played here as an All-American and was recruited away from the best program in the country would be named starting quarterback the year after an offense had an historically bad season? Who would have thought that was going to be possible?
Nobody saw this coming.
And then it continued with the Southeastern Conference giving us the much anticipated tiebreaker scenarios. Oh, there's another base hit.
Why are you
another
excited?
run's going to score.
We're rooting against
Here comes
them.
the second man to score.
Stop rooting for them.
6-2 White Sox.
Stop it. Stop rooting for them.
Also, stop disseminating.
Yeah, that's going to get us in
it's
trouble.
the White Sox.
You're disseminating.
Nobody cares.
All over us.
Nobody cares.
John is disseminated again
And
all
now-
over the GRUM.
He's
And
disseminating all over the White Sox. It's like high school all
Usually you
over
disseminate into the White
That's
Sox.
what you're supposed to do with White Sox.
Uh-huh.
Especially dirty, rotten ones like this team.
Crusty and everything.
Very crusty.
No, I'll do my own laundry.
Oh, White Sox fans are doing a lot of disseminating right now.
Uh-huh.
What an historic day.
It has been
What's
so historic.
next?
Well, we have this Wednesday tradition that we call Dumb Debates.
Ooh.
Dumb Debates.
And in Dumb Debates
I
today,
got one.
Nick has one.
Are going to hear the legend of Bum Farto.
He sounds like a Star Wars character.
He sounds like a real interesting guy.
Speaking of really interesting, John, did you know that you can subscribe today to 1620 the email? And would you look at that? Look at that handsome man that was in the top of 1620 the email today. Very handsome,
We're
very
supposed
normal.
to be encouraging people to subscribe, not
Subscribe today. Subscribe today. Soon it will be football season, and soon we will be giving away one of the greatest prizes ever. And if you subscribe to 1620 the email, you will have a better chance. You will up your chances of winning said prize. Up your of winning said prizes. Prizes. 1620 the email. You can subscribe today at 1620thezone.com.
But coming up next, it is Dumb Debates.
Nice.
On 1620 the Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mainly to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Wow, what a segment. Dumb debates.
We're here. We're finally this is my favorite time of the week. I like Fired Up for Football a lot, and I like this a lot.
I mean, we just did Fired Up for Football for the first time in like 9 months.
I know. I'm stoked. I'm glad it's back. Especially when we get
too.
TV times and we figure out where the Dolphins are playing. They played here a lot last season, you know.
They did.
Didn't have to. I saved money because they were good, and I didn't have to go to the bar all the time.
There you go.
Well, this is the segment every week where you get to pick the topics because you get to send us your dumb debates into the JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag dumb debates, please. Use the hashtag dumb debates. It's so much easier that way because it's easier to find things.
Yes. How we find it.
You can also email your dumb debates, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank Inbox.
So many ways. Like this one that I just got emailed to me from Alan. Huskers can only win one of these games. Which one do you pick, Colorado or Wisconsin? I know which one John will pick.
Well, yeah, it's Wisconsin because it's a conference game.
Colorado is my pick.
Colorado's mine too.
No.
We're doing post game.
You haven't done 11. It's 11. How many years has it been since they beat them damn Badgers?
I know. That is a good argument against picking.
But they don't talk to us, so.
Excellent. All the more reason to stick
all the more reason to want to beat them.
No, you know what? I will change my tune.
We got to stop being so. I'm going to use your language. Colorado pilled.
Oh, thanks for reminding
me. I get it.
It's
important. I get why it's important. I get why people want to.
Plus, we're doing Big or No Reaction and a pregame show.
We are doing a pre.
But beating Wisconsin, that's a conference game.
Yeah,
and it ends a long losing streak.
We could throw it in the face of the Wisconsin fan who listens to us because he said that Nebraska would lose to Wisconsin again this year. Plus, you'd be right. Put it on the list. Get the eggs.
There you go.
All right, beat Wisconsin. That sounds good to me.
Beat
John.
Wisconsin.
Perfect. Easy peasy.
There is a gentleman who is a real person.
Sure, I'm guessing so.
No, he's got a wiki page and everything.
He's a real man.
Uh-oh.
He's a real boy.
This guy is real. And I dare say, you all made fun of me a few years ago when I had no idea who that JD, what's his name?
Cooper.
That guy
He's
was.
From
Never.
your era. You're 100. How do you not know
I am not
D.B.
100.
Cooper?
Because I don't remember. There was not a story.
It was a famous crime. The guy robbed a plane, jumped out, and no one ever found him again.
Well, but he didn't have a cool name like Bum Farto.
His name was D.B. Cooper. That's a
but
cool
his
name.
name wasn't Bum Farto.
All right, so what about this man?
So Bum Farto.
How is Farto spelled? Oh, there it is.
Farto, just like it sounds.
Wow.
Farto.
Yeah. Oh, wow. He's from Florida.
He's from Florida.
Here's
the first line of his wiki. Yes.
Okay, he's dead.
The first line of his wiki. Joseph Bum Farto was a fire chief and convicted drug dealer in Key West, Florida, who disappeared in 1976.
Like D.B. Cooper, but less cool.
So apparently this dude became a fire chief, worked his way up the ladder. In a Miami Herald profile, Farto was described as an excessively alert man of motion who did not plausibly sit behind desks and for whom being still just doesn't look natural.
Wait, that's on his Wikipedia page?
Yes.
Did someone describe him as this? Or
Yeah, the Miami Herald did.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah,
I thought
it's
Wikipedia
a quote
was.
from a Miami. By the way, White Sox win.
Sad. Give Mr. Farto a movie. He sounds like Catch Me If You Can, the weirdo version.
I'm reading from Wiki.
Fart me if you can.
Think about how cool this would be if you were a newscaster in Key West and you had to talk about what the fire chief said.
Yeah.
Fire Chief Farto.
Wait, because he was the fire chief. Yeah. I'm curious to what the dumb debate is. You just want to say Farto.
He just wants to keep saying Bum Farto.
Yeah, exactly.
Fire Chief Farto.
Okay, that is
who
pretty cool.
also managed the Little League team.
Do you want me to read it?
Was well known for his flamboyant style and ostentatious behavior. He was frequently seen smoking large cigars and wearing jewelry and rose-tinted glasses. A believer in voodoo, he wore red outfits,
Saints
typically
fan.
red suits, to ward off evil spirits.
Red out.
And the Farto home featured red walls and red living room carpet. Anyway, here's the end of the story. So, he was arrested and convicted with selling cocaine to an undercover officer in a sting operation called Operation Conch. He was the first of 28 drug dealers arrested. He was brought to county jail with a fellow narcotics criminal. A crowd of 200 gathered to watch, including a wanted heroin dealer whom agents recognized and arrested from the crowd. Farto was convicted in February of 1976. He was supposed to face a prison sentence of up to 31 years.
Oh, wow.
But he disappeared before he could be sentenced.
Where did he go?
On February 16th, 1976, he jumped his $25,000 bail and drove a rental car north out of Key West, at which point he disappeared. Bum Farto was so well known that his wanted poster in the police squad station was torn up since it was unnecessary. A Key West shop sold T-shirts with slogans such as, "Where is Bum Farto?" The shopkeeper said the T-shirts were purchased in large numbers, and he reported that his buyers were, quote, probably kids who like to do a lot of coke. In 1986, so this is 10 years
after he disappeared,
Bum Farto was declared legally dead so that his wife could collect his pension and insurance policies worth about $5,000 and $2,000 respectively.
Congrats to Mrs. Farto.
Bum Farto's life story was the subject of a 7-episode podcast, The Bum Farto Story, and in 2020, a musical by Pamela Stevenson called Bum Farto the Musical.
Do you guys want to go to Broadway and see a musical?
Yes, I want to see Bum Farto. So my question is
what's the question?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this could have just been its own segment.
This could have been an email.
Is Bum Farto the worst or the best name ever for a former fire chief turned drug dealer who was declared dead in absentia?
That's a stupid question.
This is like
a dumb debate.
This is the baseball stat of dumb debates.
This could have been its own segment, and you made it a dumb debates question.
Exactly.
That was the worst dumb debates question you've ever asked.
That is the best dumb debates question I've ever asked.
Fine. You know what? I got one.
That's
Fart Bummo.
But he's not real. It's Bum Farto.
I bet there's a Fart Bummo somewhere.
Well,
Find him for us, Nick.
He doesn't have a T-shirt.
Jordan says, sounds like a character from Beavis and Butthead. Andy says it's Farto, an Italian name.
Last night,
it ends with a vowel.
Last night when I discovered this, I said this sounds like the name of a Star Wars character, like the Death Stick guy.
This must have been making the rounds on the internet last night. I
don't know why. I saw Nick's tweet about it, and I opened up the wiki.
Thanks
It's like,
a lot,
oh my
Nick.
God.
How did you
How
find
can you not be entertained by Bum Farto?
It could have been its own segment. It was like 10 minutes.
This is its own segment.
I don't remember how I found out about Bum Farto. Give me a sec.
Max says that is truly a dumb debate. It is indeed. Best name.
Depths of Wikipedia, the Twitter page found it.
There
and then
we
I
go.
retweeted that.
I was like, did I miss out on something?
Yeah, Bum Farto.
Bum Farto.
Get with the Bum Farto program.
Bum Farto.
Wow. What a guy. It's too bad he died or disappeared. He could be alive. How old would he be today? So he disappeared 40 years ago, almost 40 years ago?
He would be 105 years old. He was born in the same year as Sister Jean.
No, he was not.
Do you think there's
he'd be 105?
She was born. No, you're doing your math wrong. He was born in 70. Oh wait, never mind.
No.
You're right. My bad. You're right. I was looking at the year he died. I'm sorry.
This means that
He was born the day before you were born.
There is a possibility that at some point Bum Farto and Sister Jean crossed paths.
Oh, interesting.
It's not a high chance, but it's not a
she's
zero
sister,
chance.
and so she did not have any
Hey,
relationship.
John,
with
the
Bum
guy stole stuff or something.
He was a coke dealer.
Yeah, he maybe
and a fire chief.
Maybe he was a Catholic.
And he believed in voodoo.
Maybe he was a Catholic, and
Well,
he
he
went
does-
one time to talk about his his coke dealings. Mustache Ebb says Bum Farto's alias is probably Rump Pasagasa. What am I missing here?
That also sounds like a Star Wars character.
Oh, okay.
Rump flatulence.
I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
That probably was his last name. His last name was Flatulence, but when he came across on the boat, and went into Ellis Island, they just shortened his name down to Farto.
Wow. Andy, that's one old fart. Wow.
Okay, John, it wasn't that
he's
funny.
Still alive.
Yeah, judging by the photo of Mr. Farto.
What do you mean? He looks like a very healthy, very normal man.
I mean, normal, yes. Healthy, no.
What are you talking about?
What's going on with his face? He's got
That's
all stuff.
Bum Farto.
Yeah, I know it is, but he has a lot of stuff on his forehead, and he liked cigars.
He's got a forehead on his forehead.
Yeah, but look at the sides. It's like, if you went to the doctor and they would be like, something's going on with your face.
I think it's just the lighting in the room.
You think so? Bad cameras back in the 70s.
That's right.
Look at the guy behind him. Look at that guy. Look at that smile.
Fire chief. I would love to have been a newscaster. Tonight on the 5 o'clock news, fire today ravages through Key West. Let's go live in the field to John Bishop. John? Yeah, Fire Chief Farto just gave a press.
You can't even finish your joke.
That is the joke.
By the way, Mustache
Fire Chief Farto.
Mustache Adam has given me a pronunciation, so it'd be Rump Pasagasa.
Oh,
Pasagasa.
All right, you geniuses. What's next?
It's dumb debates. It's not smart debates. Sky says if there were jerseys handed out at the station this week, who would get single-digit numbers?
Me.
Well, there's enough of us that we
wouldn't
have enough to fill.
Who would get the pick of the litter? Which of us would get the bosses would come down from on high and say,
Tears in their eyes.
You actually get to pick first.
So we're ranking everybody who works at the station. That's gonna go well.
Nobody's listening. Who would they say is the best zone?
Well, that'd be me, of course. I have no idea. I
think it'd be Odson. Odson has won awards. He has been given gift cards for his fine work.
Interesting.
I've
Some of
almost
us
won
have made
awards that you guys never showed up for.
Thanks for reminding us, John.
Some of us have
right because you were being a farto.
But some of us
welcome to the 1985 Bum Farto Awards.
There's one of us that's the reason we got to go to Vegas in March. That's interesting.
Yes, I know, Nick, but you haven't won any awards.
Even though some of us made vlogs.
I don't look. I'm just saying. I've seen
What
our
number
bosses.
would you pick if you got to pick? Which single digit would you pick?
I think I wore 6 when I played Little League football, so I'll go with 6.
I would pick 3.
Oh, I wanted to do it for Dale.
Boom roasted.
Well, I did it for Dale and Doug.
Give me 7.
All right.
And Bum Farto because the word bum has 3 letters in it.
I'm not going to read what Sam wrote, but it's funny. I saw this tweet the other day. It's been making the rounds. It's from this user on Twitter.
Yeah.
This user. Could be a bot. Who knows? But it said, it didn't kill me, but a part of me died that day. And most people that I've seen have been quoting this with various sporting events that didn't kill you, but but part of you died that day. What is the first sporting event, John, that you think of in your fandom? Not it had to happen the earliest, but when you think it didn't kill
Bartman,
me, but part of me died that day?
Bartman.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I have an answer.
Dale?
No, I wasn't. Well, I was 3. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't like Dale that much. You
were 3.
Exactly. I didn't have any takes on Dale Earnhardt Sr. I liked his son's car because it was red. That was the extent of my
what's your
takes.
answer?
You know who else liked red? Bum Farto.
2021, the Formula One was racing at Sochi.
Yeah.
and Lando Norris was in first place.
Okay.
There
Is
was
this your favorite guy?
Yeah.
His name's Lando.
3 and Norris. It's an awesome name, old timer.
Okay.
There was 3 laps left. It started to rain, and his pit crew was like, "Hey, you're good. You can stay out there." And he's like, "Nah, I feel like I should come in for some tires." And they're like, "No, stay out there."
Okay.
Other people came in for tires, and you know who didn't win that day? Their first ever Formula One race.
That guy.
Yeah.
because
his team screwed up.
And that's the day that made you question your life and existence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, we all have to have those.
I guess we do.
For me, it's easy. It's the Des Caudic game.
I mean, you said sports related. That was my earliest
Yes,
sports related one.
exactly. Des Caudic.
Well, it doesn't have to be your earliest.
Oh, well, then the Titans.
No, yes,
beating
it's
the
not.
Dolphins.
Yeah. Awesome.
You said earliest.
No. I said
the Titans
earliest.
beating the Dolphins on
I
Monday
said the
Night Football.
first
That's
thing you
good.
think of, but
Oh,
it doesn't
yeah,
have to
first
be
thing
the
you think of.
earliest. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Because I didn't want John saying like a game that happened in '79 or something.
Okay,
I
that
wanted to
makes
say
sense.
like the game that happened that you're like it almost killed me. It is the worst thing that's happened to me as a fan.
So it might.
It can be the same one, Nick.
So
it's not a big deal.
It's either the Titans Dolphins game or that game with the was it the Steelers? No, that's when he came back with the Bengals when Tua got hauled.
When he literally almost died?
Yeah.
Wow, this segment got dark.
That was scary.
Many comments. Travis says the 2012 Big Ten Conference Championship game. That was bad. Terrence says Big 12 Championship. There are many, Terrence, so you got to give me a specific one. Max says Virginia Tech 2009 for some reason, or any of the 3 Big 12 Championship games under Bo. Travis, 2009 Iowa State game. Jordan, 2001 Colorado. Max, 2020 Creighton at St. John's playing one half of basketball. Jimmy Allen says it has to be the 06 Texas game. The Terrence Nunn fumble felt like the beginning of the end. That game still hurts my heart today. Are you looking at Bum Farto?
No. I was just looking up the next question, which is from Jeff. I can't stand talking to someone who uses the word like 3 or 4 times in every sentence and simply can't communicate without it.
Yeah.
A close second is people who start every reply statement or declaration with, I mean, and then say what they have to say. Who is more annoying, the likers or the I meaners?
So the likers say like how often? Was it in there? A lot, right? Yeah, I know.
Like the Mets beat the Orioles like 4-3 today. It was like a pretty good game, you know.
I think that's more annoying than I mean.
You know, it was
Like is more annoying.
8 games back. Like
I'll listen back to me speaking, and I notice that I say it a lot, and I cringe.
Yeah, I think like is worse. I mean, isn't that? I don't think I mean is that annoying.
No, I don't think it's used as much either.
It is used as filler. That is what it is used.
I mean, Jesse
as.
Winker hit that ball pretty far. I mean, man, that's
yeah. See, I don't mind it.
That's
fine.
And then he jumped around and hopped around and ripped his helmet off.
Just like us. But people don't like.
I mean, that's a big win for the Mets, who are now only 2 games back. You know, like in the wild card.
A lot of these
pretty good.
A lot of these filler words too are just your brain kind of buffering as well.
Yes.
You'll hear somebody say something, and then you just need a second to process it. So then that's like when you say that.
I know who had the best diction and didn't rest on any of those, crutches.
Are you going to say who I think you're going to say?
Bum Farto.
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were going to say different guy.
No, Bum Farto.
Okay.
No, Josh, anything is going to be Bum Farto, probably for the rest of the show.
People said that the other guy was a really good speaker.
John is
so
Bum Farto pilled.
He is definitely. You are Farto
Which is appropriate because he got pinched for selling pills and putting out fires.
Munsky asks, best Breaking Bad side character, Badger, Combo, or Skinny Pete? Combo didn't live very long. There's like a flashback with him, but he died. Do you remember Combo?
Which one was Combo?
Combo was the one who was dealing and got shot by the kid on the bike, which led to the end of season 3. Badger, I mean, Skinny Pete's funny, but Badger is, in my opinion, hysterical.
I love Badger.
Badger has the moment where they bring in the pretend Walter White, the pretend Heisenberg, but there's another bald guy who is sitting down on a bench, and he is like, take the money, and then they realize that the other guy is on the other bench. Plus, there's a random episode where him and Jesse go out to make meth, and Jesse leaves him because they get in a fight. And then Badger shoots like an arrow at the vehicle. So yeah, I liked Badger more than Skinny Pete.
How much did you like Todd?
Not.
See, I look at those three as like Larry, Daryl, and Daryl. You know, you can't have one without the other.
Oh, sure, but it's saying what's your favorite? Who's your favorite?
I wasn't like a fan of any of them.
Really? Oh, because they were druggies. You couldn't even find the humor, John, and pretend.
Well, I found a lot of humor in that show,
but not with those guys.
But like side character.
You mean?
I mean,
well, it's just those three. It wasn't any of them. It was those three. Which is your favorite?
I don't know. I guess Badger, but
wow.
Again, I looked at them as
they were mostly Breaking Bad did a really good job of making side characters at first just kind of turn into main characters.
Oh yeah,
so it's hard to find a side character because they're all just like a side character would be the kid from episode 1.
Yeah,
when Walter was teaching, and he just like, hey. Like at that point, that's a side character for Breaking Bad.
Sure.
It's you're being very literal about
I'm
this.
just being pedantic.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Rick wants to know which of these personal moments would top your list that you would not want to encounter a close friend. Walking out of the shower, walking in on them during a sexual interaction, opening the bathroom while they're going number 2. This is easy.
It's
number
the last
2.
one.
It's number 2.
As in number 2.
I don't want to. I don't want to see my friends having sex.
Oh, for me, it's them going number 2.
I mean,
were the
they're
options
just
again?
sitting on the pot.
They're walking
You
out
don't
of the
actually-
shower. They're having
Unless they
sex.
got a see-through toilet, you can't actually. I mean, they're just sitting.
Yeah, I know, but it's just grosser.
I don't like seeing people
yeah.
poop.
Yeah,
I don't.
Look,
Pooping is private
the sex
time.
thing, you get to. There's somebody else there.
Yeah, but what if it's traditional American style and
Just
the
missionary?
friend is on top and all you see is
crack
naked? Yeah.
Well, you've seen your friend's ass before in the locker
Hey,
room.
of all the body parts to see, that's the
I know
least
but
offensive. At least you're not seeing his hang lows.
I'm willing to wager that most of us have seen our friends' asses at some
Swing
point.
low, sweet
But I'm just
chariots.
saying.
We've all seen our friend's butt.
Yeah. But then I don't want to be put in a spot where I have to judge like, really? That? Really?
Wow, John.
Or you don't want to be embarrassed and have to say congrats.
Well, no, I would congratulate them anyway, but I'd rather congratulate them on the thought,
Plus,
not on the
when you
visual.
walk in on your friend having sex, that gives you so many opportunities to make fun of him or do something or say something funny.
Yeah, many jokes.
You can't do that when they're
C-block.
sitting on the pot going number 2. I mean, what if while you're walking in on him going number 2, he pulls a bum farto?
Jimmy Allen says Badger Mayhew is one of the best side characters of all time. That's a bad take by John. Yeah, do you remember his actual first name? You remember Badger's actual
No,
first
I
name?
don't.
Brendan Mayhew.
Oh, that's right, Brendan.
Brendan
Yeah.
Mayhew.
Yeah. No, I just, he was fine. It's just like, I've never really thought, oh, which one's my favorite? Oh, I really like that. Now, if you'd asked like among the main characters,
Yeah,
Mike.
that's a good one. I think Gus is mine.
I like Mike.
Though I really do like Jesse. He's so sympathetic. He also,
Yeah, but so is Mike in a way.
he is. We haven't been doing the rewatch because of the Olympics, and now we've just been busy. So I'm hoping to get back to it. But one of the things that stands out on the rewatch is just how often Jesse gets his ass beat. That guy gets beat up all the time.
Yeah.
Poor
That's,
Jesse.
I think that's what made El Camino such a good movie, too.
Or a sad movie.
This is a very sad movie.
It's
I know
such
some
a-
people didn't like that movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it was so depressing?
I think it was just lag. I mean, the fact that
It was fan service.
it was really it was the first movie without Walt, really. I mean, I know he had cameo, but
Yeah.
spoiler alert, but
Yeah.
it really wasn't centered around him, and you didn't have Gus. You didn't have Mike.
Yeah. And it's just torture. It's him getting
Yeah,
tortured
yeah,
over and over.
Yeah.
Text from the 202 says, John says, get that ass off the pot. I'd rather see it. Oh, wait, I said that. My bad. Not John. I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least when you see it, there's nothing coming out of it.
Again, there's maybe.
Probably.
There's
I don't kink shame.
It's two people coming together,
Nice.
making love. Oh, didn't try to do that. Making love.
Plus, you could say something funny
Yeah,
while they're
exactly.
doing
You
it.
can say something funny about the other thing too.
Yeah, but it's better to do play-by-play when your friend's having sex with another
I'm not
person than
gonna
it is to do
stand there and do
play-by-play of them
play-by-play.
pooping. Why not? That'd be hilarious.
You guys are weird.
All right, I got one.
All right, Nick. Oh, yeah, Nick said he had one.
What do guys like most?
Okay.
Naming dudes or quoting movies?
I mean, we just named Bum Farto.
You named Bum Farto.
You did,
And
John.
now you just named Bum Farto.
What do we like best? Naming movies? What was
Quoting
it?
movies or naming dudes?
Oh, man. I feel like the naming dudes thing is a more recent phenomenon for whatever reason.
I don't think so. That's been happening. People have been at bars forever naming dudes.
People have been at bars
These are both long time things.
I like naming dudes more than I like quoting movies.
I bet cavemen back in the cave times in a cave bar, they were like,
"Remember Jim?
Oog better than Og."
Yeah,
I mean, they're both entertaining in their own way. I probably name movies more.
You quote movies more, you mean?
Yeah, maybe.
See, I think
literally we're on a show where we name guys all the time.
I think naming it feels more inclusive in terms of like sitting around and you're just suddenly starting to chat about stuff where it's like, you know what is very uncomfortable and awkward? A sneaky, most uncomfortable thing in the world is when someone gets a quote wrong and you like want to correct them, but you're like, I don't really know if I should. Meanwhile, if you're just like Randy Moss, I know you have many opinions on Randy Moss. It's fun. I love sitting around naming dudes. That's a good one, Nick.
Plus, it's not just sports dudes, like even guys who are out of the sports sphere. I used to name musicians all the time with friends.
Yeah, because you're of music. Yeah, makes sense.
You didn't mention that when Jimmy quoted.
He said your name wrong.
Yeah, he spelled my name wrong.
Oh, a nice, good one there. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jimmy with a Y.
Come on, Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy. You have a name that is spelled differently. You should appreciate people who have names that are spelled differently.
John is how you're supposed to spell John.
No, I know. I'm just saying there are multiple ways. Jimmy is the first ever IE that I've ever met, though.
Me too.
I've never met
Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR driver. Jimmy.
I don't count him.
Yeah, he sucks.
He's only a 7-time champ.
I mean, to be fair, I've never met him, though.
Right, but I mean, he's a famous person who spells it that way.
Yeah.
Now, I can't name another one off the top of my head.
He's the only one.
Jimmy John. No, even Jimmy John is why.
Who's Jimmy John?
The sandwich.
Oh, Jimmy John's.
You know
the founder of the Jimmy John sandwich chain.
Who would have
Jimmy
had
John.
a great name for a sandwich chain?
Who was it?
Who John?
Welcome to Bum Fartos. Can I have your order?
This is great because when I make the thumbnail for tomorrow's dumb
Bum
debates,
Farto?
it's just so right now it's our three faces. I'm just gonna do Bum Farto's face, and then the name of it will be Bum Farto. Thanks, John.
Not a bad idea.
What would the best sandwich be at Bum Fartos?
You tell me.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a
probably
related sandwich.
Probably ham and cheese on rye.
You think so?
Yeah.
Really? That? I mean, that's the best you could come up with? I figured it'd be like, can of beans.
That's not a sandwich, John. You can't have a can of beans at a sandwich shop.
A text from Husker Biker, right?
I want a bean sandwich.
Now, I don't know. I'm confused by, because he says,
you won't be going to Bum Fartos.
For me, it was, and I don't know why for me it was, washing my hair in the team shower after football practice and the open your eyes to find seniors peeing on the juniors and me who were named starters. I guess it's a tradition, not fun, LOL. I have no idea what that is.
Oh my God,
about.
that is some weird hazing.
That is called hazing, and that's not,
abuse.
It's not accepted these days.
I don't know what that is in relation to, though. There wasn't a question of, what would you rather do, walk in on your friend pooping or get peed on by random guys?
Oh, that's a fun question.
Some debate.
Let's answer.
John, would you rather walk in on your friend making sweet, sweet love or be in the showers with your teammates and they're peeing on your leg?
Because you were named a starter.
Definitely not
so
that.
it's good
you're the starter.
It's good if you're being peed on.
I don't want to be.
Congrats to John. He's the starter.
Okay, what if
Get over here, John. Time to pee.
What if Bum Farto was peeing on you?
Sam, going back to the text, says, Pat Fitzgerald burner text.
What if you, would you rather walk in on Bum Farto pooping or Bum Farto having sex?
Oh, John. That means he's alive. 105 years young.
Sister Jean.
Oh, goodness.
Wow.
That was a dumb debate.
It was
Was it a dumb debate, or was it just you saying Bum Farto 1,000 times and laughing through it?
It definitely was mainly that. Definitely was mainly that.
Still laughing.
Imagine if Bum Farto was, we had Bum Phillips. What if Bum Farto had been a football coach?
Dad, there's a different world where...
Can you imagine Dick Enberg back in the day saying, hey, Merlin, let's look down the sideline. There's Bum Farto. Let's go down to the field. Aaron Andrews is with Bum Farto.
Brandon says, could this be a Happy New Year? Yeah, you know what, Nick? cut this out and save it.
Yep.
Just in case.
It's marked. It's saved.
Just in case. Just in case. I got a message
Sunday
from...
nights after the 10:30 news, you can watch the highlights of the game. It's the Bum Farto show.
I just got a message from a listener saying, did John smoke a bunch of weed today?
This really is that vibe.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I did not. It's a natural high. Bum Farto is a natural high.
He really is.
Imagine if Bum Farto had been the coach of the Huskers.
Yeah, there's Jumbo Steam, but there's
Down
not a
for
Bum
Farto
Farto.
and the Big Red.
Bum Farto is on the air.
And now the locker rooms could have been named the Bum Farto Center.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Sorry, Tom. Sam says it'd be Pat Summerall saying Bum Farto.
Bum Farto.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, how about this? From Matt.
Madden would have had a field day with that one.
Matt says John's new favorite person is in this mural from Key West. His story is quite legendary around there, and it is a photo of. So Bum Farto must be somewhere in that.
Well, he's missing.
Where is he?
Would you rather Bum Farto walk on you pooping or Bum Farto walk on you having sex?
I don't know where he is. He must be in here somewhere, though.
Right.
Asian Joe, does anyone else find this as funny as John does? I feel like he's just pooping himself about Bum Farto, yet he didn't know about DB Cooper.
Who cares? DB Cooper, boring. Bum Farto, though.
DB Cooper was an American hero.
No, he wasn't. He stole things.
He was an American legend.
I figured you'd like Bum Farto. He sold drugs. And then he disappeared.
I'm not into cocaine.
He sold marijuana, too.
I'm not into that anymore either.
Anymore?
Yeah.
And then he disappeared.
Yeah. I mean, that's the real story is how is there a guy named Jordan? Hey, where's Farto? Andy says it is a happy new year. We never get John this happy. He's going to be such an old for the foreseeable future. It is nice seeing you smile and laugh. College football season's around the corner, so you're about to get grumpy.
It's true. He does get grumpy around football
He
season.
does, because football's back and everyone's excited. Dave says, looks like Bum Farto passed John some laughing gas.
Oh, he passed some gas. All right. All right, still to come. We got content and God knows what else.
Sam says DB Cooper wouldn't have had anything to steal in a cashless society.
No, he just would. You know what? He would have been sitting behind his computer. He just would have done it that way. And then the story wouldn't have been as exciting. That's why we need to keep our cash.
Maybe you should move to cashless because then you can't steal.
No, one's ever been stolen. Nothing's ever been stolen in a cashless society.
Not one time.
Never.
Everything's great.
Yeah, everything's perfect. All right, stay there. We'll be back 16:20.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. The White Sox just beat the Giants at Oracle Park. If you were using Circus Sports Iowa to play along with that game, you could have made a very nice chunk of change. If you missed out on that game, don't even worry. There's still many baseball opportunities for you on the app that lets you bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. Looking at some of the tight money line splits right now, my Rockies plus 139 tonight against the Nats. They did win last night, I will remind you. Phillies are minus 103 to beat the Braves, but the Braves are minus 107 on the Phillies. Of course, they also have the many props that baseball has to offer, in-game lines that update every break, and when you do win a bunch, they won't even punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys will. Also, don't forget to check out their contest happening right now, Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, we're not going to get to both of these stories that we had teased earlier on, but I did want to get to at least one of them.
Is it more on Bum Farto?
No.
So the two are.
I'm done with Bum Farto.
The two are Dannon.
No, we'll save that one.
Okay, cool.
But there's concerns, with the playoff coming up and you're only going to have a couple of years. Really, you're only going to have one 12-team playoff before they have to decide what the next version is going to be.
How wild is that?
And there's a lot of folks within the group of 5 who are worried that they're going to lose their spot.
Yes.
That we might play one playoff, and let's say it's Boise, and let's say Boise's the 12 seed, they go to the 5 seed Oregon and just get blitzed.
Yeah.
And that folks might, the greedy folks that they are in the power conferences will look at that and say, well, do we really need those guys in the playoff? And so there's concern that could actually happen.
Yeah, Ross Dellinger wrote a really good story over the last few days that hit on that the G5 representatives are talking about, they're fearing about the access, they're fearing about the future, and they understand that they need to perform well. Toward the end of the story, Dellinger wrote, the next 2 years are the most important in the history of the G5. They've got to win. And Mike Oresco said, I hear it in the CFP commissioner's room. You don't really belong. We're giving you that spot that could have gone to a higher ranked team. So it's not just, it's purely about performing as well as possible. And it was interesting reading this because it's something that you and I have been talking about at various points over the last few months. I'm not surprised, but it was also fascinating kind of getting an inner look at how concerned they are inside of those rooms.
And there's talks that, they could start their own tournament.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do that.
Football NIT.
Because they want the access.
Yes, of course.
They want, even though it's just one spot, theoretically, I guess they could get more in a really, 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 really weird year. But they're guaranteed only one spot. And they don't want to lose that spot because the money that they're getting, which is between $1.5 million and $2 million a year, I think, for being in the playoff, is a lot better than they could probably get if they ventured out on their own and tried to market their own playoff, because it's going to be a lesser playoff. What network's going to take it? Where's it going to air? That calendar's so jammed now. So jammed.
See, it's funny. In the end, I think that they would find someone. It's just, are you getting anywhere near the money?
Right, but it loses value. It has value. Like, for example, if for some reason, not that they're doing this, but if the college football playoff played all their games in January,
okay,
and the month of December was still quasi-open, you could could say, hey, okay, G5, we're going to do our playoff. We're going to put it all in December, right? And so it will get kind of an audience on its own. Now, sure, you're still going to be fighting the NFL, but I considering a lot of those early bowl games are a lot of G5 schools, if you replaced those games with a playoff, a G5 playoff, I think it would do better and could get more money for the G5. But that's not the case.
But since
obviously, the regular playoff is happening in December too.
Yeah.
And so you don't want to, you're already going to perceived as lesser than. It'll be even worse if you're perceived as lesser than and you're going on exactly opposite the big boy playoff.
Yeah, you'd have to do it throughout the week, kind of like how the NIT never goes up against the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be doing a bunch of Tuesday and Wednesday type games. Would people watch? Of course. Would it be the audience of the regular CFP? Of course not. I would say this, though. My piece of advice would be, don't do this until you have to. They don't want to. Yeah, if I had to guess, I think that they will ultimately do this. I think they will ultimately have to do this. If they want to have games that involve more than, one of their teams. I think, put this on the extended list, I think that the G5 is not going to have auto access in whatever is next. Unless they win this year. Unless their team gets in and wins over the 5.
You know what the funny thing is? It strengthens the argument if they were to acquit themselves. But let's face it, the arrogant people that run this sport, they're going to do whatever the hell they want to
Sure.
do.
Yeah, you're right.
Boise State could go in and
they could win
the
whole
first
damn
thing. And they're still going to say, you know what? You're not a big enough brand.
Yeah.
You're not a big enough brand. You're not a big enough name. They could probably point at the ratings. Oh, look at that. Because, the ratings probably wouldn't be as good.
Yeah.
And they'll say, look what you did to our ratings. We were at 19 million last year. We were down to 17 million. Must be the Boise effect. Get them out.
Exactly. They're going to be judged not only on how they play on the field, but also the number of viewers that watch the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up, we've got content.
What do we have in content today, John?
Well, we've already mentioned it, but we have a very special birthday. And Lane Kiffin apparently doesn't know how to stroke his sponsors.
What is it? Is that what he said to his sponsors? What is it?
Well, he did say something about one of their sponsors.
What is it?
You'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Nick, what do we have today in content?
Would you care to opine on the huge news from this morning that an ESPN mock draft had Tommy Hill going in the first round?
John, you want me to go first?
Folks, it's a mock draft on August the 21st.
Wow.
The season that will determine which draft order we have hasn't even started yet. That said, very exciting for Tommy Hill. I was probably more excited because Michael, when he was in on Friday, he gave us a whole list of players he think could get drafted. And
how long was the list?
It was about 10 guys deep.
Hell yeah.
A lot of guys.
GBR.
Nebraska had 9 invited to the Senior Bowl. Or at least where they were not invited, on the watch list.
Okay.
For the Senior Bowl. So, yes, the talent has elevated. Now, can that talent actually elevate the program?
Yeah, so I agree. I'll agree with you about the fact that it's August 21st. The thing that I will say, though, is how stunning and also cool and exciting it's been to see the turnaround for Tommy Hill. Because I was someone who was not buying into him at all at Nebraska, and now he's going to get drafted and could be in the first round. Pretty cool.
Alabama has signed their program GM, Courtney Morgan, to a precedent-smashing record 3-year contract worth $850,000 a year. Remember when college programs had to turn over coach cushions to pay the players?
Couch cushions.
Couch cushions.
I did, yes. They can't do that, but they can keep doing things like this. Remember when Nebraska had Billy Devaney, and I believe he was the first coach in Nebraska who went by the title of GM, and it was like, whoa, that's so weird. Now this is going to be the norm, and dare I say this, John, within the next few years, $850,000 at a program like Alabama will be viewed as a bargain, because I bet that this salary only goes up from here and certainly will be hitting 7 figures very soon.
By the way, Morgan was the one who worked with Kalen DeBoer at Washington. He brought him over. So, and initially was going to pay him $500,000. So he went from $500,000 to $850,000, and they barely just started together at Alabama.
Yeah.
By the way, if you were wondering, yes, Nebraska also has a general manager, Sean Padden.
Of course. Mr. Pad.
Mr. Padden.
Mr. Padden.
You know who would have made a great general manager at Nebraska?
Oh, any thoughts?
Bum Farto.
Oh. Guys.
Nick?
It's time to get out the party favors and prepare to light 105 candles, not for Bum Farto, but the program in 1620 The Zone wish a happy birthday to an American icon. Sister Jean.
Icon.
105.
What's
She's
she an
the
icon
same age as
for?
Bum Farto.
Just being old?
Bum Farto and Sister Jean are both 105. Happy birthday, Sister Jean.
Do you think Night Ranger made that song about Sister Jean?
No, that was Sister Christian. But yes, this was the woman who kind of brought a little dignity, a little class to the Final Four a few years ago when Loyola made them. Yes, because she was such a great story.
She
It was so cool to watch Loyola. They do something well, and Sister Jean would be over there doing a little fist pump or clapping her hands, waving her pom-poms, wearing that Loyola Letterman's jacket.
She's not even a letter winner, though.
Yes, but
Stolen
she's
valor.
Sister Jean.
I bet she would hate the move to cashless at Memorial Stadium. I don't respect her opinions.
If Sister Jean,
I don't think she has to pay for
anything. Yeah, A, she doesn't have to pay for anything. She's a sister. Number 2, if she did,
That's how that
I
works.
guarantee you she would slap a Ben Franklin right there on that table and,
they'd say,
"Get out of here,
I would like a diet,
lady.
I'd like a Diet Coke and some popcorn.
And they'd say, we serve Pepsi, idiot.
And then she'd give a Werther's original to anyone who helped her.
You darn right.
I bet she doesn't even listen to podcasts. What does she know?
That makes her. That's why she's so damn smart and lives so long.
No.
I bet listening to podcasts shortens your lifespan.
Would you like Sister Jean if it came out that she listened to Mandel every day?
No, I'd be like, first of all, there's only one episode a week.
He's only going to like Sister Jean,
Every
Bill
week, then.
Simmons.
if she wasn't old. As we know, Josh hates the old.
I love old people. I just don't celebrate them for being old. Unless it's a family member, then I do.
It's 105, man. That's a low.
Yeah.
I hope she lives long enough to be the oldest person on Earth.
Sure.
Sister Jean is eternal.
Yeah. It definitely seems like she is for the show.
Yesterday, we looked at 5 NFL teams that could improve in 2024. Today, we look at 5 to decline.
Oh!
Last year, Bill Barnwell picked the Eagles, Giants, Steelers, and Vikings to decline in wins. Only the Steelers let him down. This year, he again likes the Giants, Eagles, and Steelers to have a worse year. He added 2 more AFC North teams with the Browns and the Ravens. Where's he right and where's he wrong?
So I definitely think he's correct on the Steelers. And I know that we have some Pittsburgh pilled members of our audience who are always like, you're going to be wrong about us. No, this is the year they finally go under 500. They have horrible quarterbacks. And I know that they've also had horrible quarterbacks the last couple of years too, but they're extra horrible this year. Dare I say, people call me biased, John.
You're biased.
I think the Giants might improve upon the wins that they had last year. Dare I say it? I think actually
they are stuck in that bad division. There's some easy ones in there.
I think the list is pretty solid overall.
Oh, by the way, the current oldest person on Earth is
You're not even listening to me.
A woman from Japan. She is 116 years, 90 days old.
God, that doesn't even sound fun.
Yeah.
John is in his 50s.
You know
we
what's
call
fun?
John old.
You know what's fun, though? Sister Jean, she gets to watch Loyola basketball.
That's not fun. Oh, college basketball? She could be doing so many things in her life.
That's
she's
probably
waiting
one
for
of the reasons why she's lived so long is because she's been purified by the
Waters of
purifying
Lake
glow
Minnetonka.
of college basketball.
Can you imagine, like, your life depends on going to watch bad basketball in an arena in the winter?
Bad basketball, they made the Final Four.
One time.
Twice. They made it twice.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, back in the 60s.
I don't care about the 60s.
Sister Jean was alive for it.
She was still old as hell back then, too.
You should, because the 60s are closer to a Cowboys Super Bowl than the current year is.
Damn it.
How old would she have been in the 60s?
Let's see.
Well, she was born in 1919.
She'd be in her 40s.
In her 50s.
She'd be in her 40s.
Wow, so a woman in her 40s is old as hell, says Josh.
Man, how does that gonna make J-Lo feel? She just got divorced. She's 55.
Wait, she got divorced? Didn't they just get remarried?
Yep.
Yes.
They got
just
divorced again?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
What?
Oh, by the way, on that question, yeah, I think the Eagles will be worse.
Hell yeah, John, they suck. Fire Sirianni. Or don't
What
keep
was
him.
the Steelers' record last year?
They were 9-8. Of course, they've never gone
Yeah,
under
that's
500.
probably a good pick.
Yeah.
I think the Ravens are a good pick.
Yeah, we like all of them, I think.
Actually, those aren't bad picks.
Yeah, the Giants, by the way, their record last year was 6-11. It would not shock me if they won 7 games this year. It would not shock me.
You know what would be really good?
Oh, is
if
it
the
Bum
oldest
Farto?
person on Earth was named Bum
He's
Farto.
dead.
We don't know that.
Where do we think his body is?
Sister Jean is still alive. Bum Farto could be alive.
He could be, but
He
again,
could.
with a name like Bum and a name like Fardo and a cigar in his Wikipedia picture, there's no way that guy lived.
George Burns made it to 100. He was a smoker.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who George Burns is?
I know the name. Who was
He was an actor. You never
The
saw him?
actor?
Who's his vice president? Jerry Lewis?
That might have to be a movie club selection.
George Burns?
Oh God.
I don't know that movie.
It's a movie from the 70s.
Don't
He and
take
John
the Lord's
Denver.
name in vain, John.
That's a commandment, right?
It's a good movie. John Denver plays a grocery clerk who
That
is
movie?
visited by God, and
Okay.
God is played by George Burns.
How does he feel about Country Roads?
It's only 98 minutes long. I don't
It's a good
mind that.
movie.
Let's see if it's streaming anywhere while Nick asks his next question.
It's time for another update on the Dallas Cowboys' ongoing saga with contracts.
Oh.
Talking to the media yesterday, Jarrah Time Travelin' Jones said they're having promising talks with CeeDee Lamb.
You know, it'd be cooler if CeeDee Lamb's name was Bum Farto.
I'm coming back around now. This is good. This is funny again. Are these talks as promising as a promise ring, or is there some potential good news here for Dallas? Promising as a promise
I mean,
ring.
they'll get to
I
it
had one in there.
eventually,
We
but
broke up.
this is Jarrah's such an idiot.
He really is.
He's such an idiot.
Isn't it annoying how you have all these people who are morons and they have so much money, and then I am smart
Well,
and I don't have as much money?
Jarrah's a hell of a businessman.
Yeah, I know he is, but he's an idiot as
But
a GM.
Well,
He's a
yeah,
moron.
because he thinks this was the problem from the very beginning. We knew this from the very beginning, but no, you Cowboy fans were blinded to it. Oh, but they
The beginning, they won they won 3
Yeah,
Super Bowls.
because he had the right coach.
Yeah, but he hired him.
Yeah, he just happened to be one of his best friends from college. He
Hey, you know
lucked
what?
into that. He lucked into that hire.
By the way, the Cowboys just signed defensive tackle Linval Joseph, so that could be the missing link.
Oh, boy. You know what would be better if Linval Joseph's name was
Bum Farto! Everybody's name would be better if it was Bum Farto.
Like Nick Saban, Lane Kiffin's press conferences are sponsored by Coca-Cola, and Coke bottle sits on the podium. In between questions, Kiffin started asking questions of his own.
Does anybody drink Coke? You guys had 130% of your sugar for the entire day is in this one bottle. 65 grams of sugar.
When was the last time you had a Coke?
A long time.
Do you think Ole Miss just lost their Coke sponsorship?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that is going pretty hard in the paint there from old Lane.
I mean, he's not wrong.
He was
the sugar
just
pops
stating
do have a
facts.
lot of pop.
Oh, they
There's a
definitely
lot
do.
of sugar,
I'm just
but
surprised he said all that.
You know what? It would not surprise me if they maybe put a Coke Zero in front of him.
Not a
next
bad
time.
idea.
Not a Coke Bum Farto.
Not a Coke.
See, you can spin that into a positive by saying, well, if you would rather have the great taste of Coke without all the sugar, we have Coke Zero Sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Thus, it has zero sugar, so zero of your sugar comes from Coke Zero.
I don't remember the last time I had a Coca-Cola.
I had one for the first time in probably about a year the other day.
Yeah?
It
How was it?
burned my throat.
A leaded Coca-Cola?
So good.
I love that
It
burn.
was leaded Coca-Cola.
The burn.
Oh, the burn.
is so
I can
good.
barely lift my right arm. I did so many. Oh, that's quoting a movie.
Guys.
By the way, the movie, the God movie, it is available, but you have to rent it. It's not
Oh,
available
that's
for
too bad.
free
It's a good
anymore.
movie.
That's a reminder that our fastest movie this week is...
The world's fastest Indian.
There you go.
Our fastest movie this week?
What did I say?
You said our fastest
Our
movie
fastest
this week.
movie, World's Fastest Indian on Netflix.
Netflix.
I already watched it.
There you go.
What's for dinner's next on 1620 The Zone?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It sounds like either chicken or pork with some noodles. Something very simple tonight.
Got some leftover pizza.
Nice. We haven't decided yet. We'll figure something out.
Well, maybe, Nick, you'll go to
We're not going to eat
Bell.
bum.
Because Taco Bell apparently is they're introducing a through the decades menu, so they're bringing back one item from each of the last 5 decades.
Let's go.
So in the 70s, it's a green burrito. Apparently, it's a burrito with some green chili sauce.
Okay.
60s is tostada.
Okay.
80s is the Meximelt. 90s is the Gordita Supreme. And the 2000s is the caramel apple empanada, which was very good. I remember that. That was delicious.
Yeah?
I love this.
Yeah, Nick is pumped.
Yeah.
Taco Bell should bring back the 90s logo, I think.
Nick, I was thinking the exact same thing.
I think the 80s one. I like the 80s one.
Yeah, that one's pretty good too.
Or go back to the 60s.
That was fun.
Did you know that Taco Bell, people just think, oh, just about a bell. The founder of Taco Bell was named Glenn Bell. That's why it's called Taco Bell. Do you know what it would have been better as if Taco Bell had been founded by Bum Farto?
So it'd be Taco Farto?
So it'd be Taco Farto.
Instead of Farto Bell?
But then the bell wouldn't be their logo.
It'd be a fart. It'd be a guy farting. Mike tweets in, feels like unsportsmanlike conduct jumped the Bum Farto today. Oh, yeah.
You imagine how
somebody jumped the Bum Farto today.
Here's, the Taco Bell commercials always used to end with the dong. Imagine the Taco Farto. Go to Taco Farto.
Amazing.
Amazing indeed, Nick. Amazing indeed.
Part of me is glad that this didn't show up until the last hour of the show.
Yes. It would have taken over everything else.
Mm-hmm.
It would have taken over
like
everything
things
else.
haven't taken over this show in the past.
No, they haven't. I'm just saying it's good that we didn't talk about Farto for 4 hours.
Freaking hamburger steaks, fullbacks are not running backs.
No, you're misunderstanding the point. It's not that it hasn't taken over.
The horse song.
It could have been 4 hours
This
of you
show
just saying
originated taking the horse and beating it to death.
I know. It's good that we only did it for an hour, though, instead of 4.
Yeah, 4 hours of Farto is too much.
Yeah, you don't want 4 hours of Farto, John.
You need a lot of Beano if you have that many hours of Farto.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.